means you're close to a bathroom and there's a bar, but it's not all inclusive. It's just faster to get more beers and hit the bathrooms. That wouldn't be bad if there was seating. But of course, it probably wouldn't be cheap if there were seating, or cheaper. Doug, the big benefit of the Soldier Field party deck is the private bathrooms and private concessions. But yes, it's standing or high top table only. Yeah, probably pass. I'll probably keep monitoring ticket prices. That's what I'm going to do. Because they have fallen a little bit, but we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. Might end up at the Cubs game. Okay, today is National Cheese Day. And on National Cheese Day, we thought a day as important as this, we can't sort of just hit and run as a topic. So once an hour, we're going to stop what we're doing and answer important cheese questions on this National Cheese Day.
Gator, you ready?
You know I'm ready. Now with this music, I'm totally ready.
Well, we thought we'd pick some cheesy music for cheesy questions.
Cheesy.
Mission accomplished.
This is like starring Lark Voorhees.
Yep. Generic 90s sitcom.
Yeah.
In walks Dad through the front door. Where's annoying neighbor at?
Perfect.
All right. Question. What is something you would order double cheese on? Not just the regular cheese, but you want like double the amount of cheese. Like, hey, I can't get enough of the cheese on this.
I mean, pizza's the obvious.
You get double cheese on pizza?
Yeah, double cheese pepperoni is typically a call. And I usually say like light sauce.
It's cheese bread at that point.
Well, no, it's sauce. It's just lightly sauced. I think too many places oversauce pizza and it's not as good. But and it's got pepperoni on it. But yeah, I think pizza's the obvious answer.
For you.
Yeah, for me it is.
So let me ask you a question. Double cheese, because I regularly order a double cheese pizza, but it's two different types of cheeses.
Okay. I ain't mad at you.
It's the Mediterranean pizza from Cottage Inn, where it's regular cheese and then feta as well.
So what do you want double of? Like more of both?
Well,
or?
I'm just saying, does that count as double cheese?
I was willing to allow it, and then I heard your description.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, not really. And there's nothing against the pizza because I love that type of pizza. Yep. Feta on pizza is wildly underrated.
Yep.
But you got to have the regular cheese in there, the mozzarella on there as well. But
you know what? I mean, when I make a sandwich, I like there to be 3 Swiss slices together. Does that count?
That's a lot of cheese. I think that counts.
Okay.
That goes extra cheese on the sandwich.
Yeah,
and you know what? The truth is, the tip, I'm just biting off Zingerman's idea. When you get a sandwich from Zingerman's, they have like the cheese just stacked, and it's really good. So I try to make it at home.
Okay.
I'm going to go with nachos because you never get enough cheese on nachos. You never do. And remember my theory where you should just, instead of piling it up, we should pile it like
a cookie sheet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Along, not piling it, but like side by side so we get coverage on all the chips. So I would like double cheese on nachos. There's never enough cheese on nachos.
I don't think there's been a time in the last 15 years and I've gotten a Nacho Bel Grande from Taco Bell and I haven't said with extra cheese. Always.
There's always something at the middle ones in the bottom. They get no love.
You get a nacho from the ballpark. You say, hey, can you spill a little extra cheese?
Yeah, man.
Always.
Come on. So I'm going to ask my second question because you kind of touched on it a little bit, Gator. Underrated cheese. So you said feta is underrated?
I think feta is, on pizza, it's wildly underrated, yeah.
What's your underrated cheese besides feta? You got another one?
Oh. Wow. That's something I really got to think.
It's hard because so many cheeses are properly rated.
I think brie is underrated.
There you go.
You can have brie, cold when it's not melted, but slightly melty when you can just take a chip in or a cracker, I should say, and kind of carve out a little bit and when it's just spreadable is great.
So I'll probably come up with a cheese that nobody's ever heard of because hold on, my mom growing up in Eastern Canada, where every time we go to New Brunswick, we will get this McLaren's Imperial spreadable cheese, which is like a really tangy type of cheese. I don't know how else to describe it.
What color is it?
It's orange. And
so it's kind of like a Windschuler's type?
Yeah, kind of one of those deals. They spread on crackers.
Yeah.
And I totally associate it with New Brunswick. I don't know if it's available. I don't even think it's available in the United States, but thank you, Canada, for McLaren's Imperial.
Any kind of spreadable cheese, I think, is kind of underrated. You forget how good it is until you go to like somebody's dinner party or you see a charcuterie board or whatever. There's a bunch of crackers, and then they're like, "Oh, what's it? Spreadable? Okay,
Why don't I do this more?
why don't we do this more?"
Kang, you got one?
Some people hate this cheese. I don't, because I'm going to say it's underrated because so many people hate it. Blue cheese.
Blue cheese.
I
is
like blue
great.
chease.
Yeah,
I
I
do.
thought about saying blue cheese because I love blue cheese.
Very
but you're
particular.
right.
It is.
People do hate it. So but I put blue cheese.
Where do you stand on goat cheese?
Not as big a fan as I am of blue cheese.
What
Or
if it's
feta.
made with real bits of Tom Brady?
Thus, it's goat cheese. Yeah,
Thus, he's all in, right?
yeah,
That changes things. Why, you a goat cheese fan?
yeah. I do. I like goat cheese. I like all cheese, man. There's not much cheese I don't like.
Cheese brings us together, man.
Yeah,
That's right. It's, that should be a platform for our next presidential
Cheese.
candidate.
Even Doug likes it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go.
right?
We'll do this again next hour, once an hour. Important cheese questions on this National Cheese Day. 248-539-9797. Those Tigers, 3 in a row. We had one syllable answers to what it means. 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media at OTAs today. He was asked about safety Kirby Joseph's knee injury and how much he expects them to get out of Joseph this year. Campbell was pretty candid in his answer. Campbell also added that they won't really know how much Joseph will play this year until the thick of training camp. He also shared the unfortunate news that Kendrick Law, the Lions' rookie wide receiver out of Kentucky, tore his ACL and will miss the entirety of the season, which begins September 13th at home against the New Orleans Saints. ESPN's Buster Olney put the Tigers in the headlines today after he took to Twitter to share that the Tigers are telling other teams in the league they are not selling at the trade deadline as of right now. Olney says the Tigers have newfound hope in their playoff chances after sweeping the Rays. At 13 games below 500 and 6 back of a wild card spot, Detroit will welcome the Mariners and Twins to Comerica Park for a 6-game homestand starting with Seattle tomorrow. It will be Framber Valdez on the mound for Detroit against Brian Wu for the Mariners. First pitch in Game 1 is scheduled for 6:40 here on 97.1. And in the NHL tonight, it's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals with Vegas leading Carolina 1-0 in the series. The loss in the opener was Carolina's second of the playoffs. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Coming up today at 12:20, Kang overheard something yesterday that got us to talking because it's pretty funny. In the meantime, let's talk about our Tigers, Scott Anderson. We could talk about them in two very, very different ways. We could talk about an everything must go sale and Buster Olney, what he had to say, which isn't a stance that I think by any stretch of the imagination is a stunner right now, that the Tigers are saying nobody's for sale yet. But we can also talk about what happened on the field. What's happened on the field the last couple days has been nothing short of remarkable. It might be completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things because they dug themselves such a huge hole. But our monosyllabic responses earlier today to what has happened, mine was, when they the result of them sweeping the Tampa Rays. Your monosyllabic response was?
Nice.
So, and it's too early to say problem solved, eureka.
Right.
But, I mean, it shouldn't be lost. The moment Carpenter and Glaber came back, they're undefeated. It's only 3 games. It's something to monitor, as we like to say here, because the offense has looked really, really good. They're playing at an unsustainable pace. But when you start moving guys down in the order, and pitchers are kind of forced to throw strikes because guys are on base and, they don't want to throw this guy or that guy, it really just changes everything. And Torres went 3 for 5 again yesterday. Kerry Carpenter had an RBI hit. I mean, it just they help. This is like saying, like the last month, it feels like the AJ Hinch and the Tigers have gone to work, and imagine going to work and somebody saying, "We're taking away your computer. Now do as good a job," because they've taken away so much has been taken away from this team, and yet, it's not as if this is a significant thing, winning these 3 games. It's been cool to watch and fun. Maybe you think it's significant, but I think it's something. It is also something to monitor.
Well, Torres has played in 34 games this year. The Tigers are 18-16 in those games. Mm-hmm. It's and he, I think, rarely, if at all, has come off the bench as a pinch hitter. It's hard to look at Kerry Carpenter's, the 40 games he's played in and determine what a win-loss factor is, because he's been a guy that has come off the bench a lot, or maybe he starts the game and then is benched because, here comes a left-handed pitcher, and that's just how A.J. Hinch has handled things. But Gleyber Torres is kind of a linchpin for this team. He's the guy that gets on base. It's a .396 on base percentage. And both of these guys are bringing professional bats back to the lineup. Torres with his OPS at .764 and Carpenter's OPS is .797. When you look at the league average being, 705 or something like that for OPS, these are 2 bats that are way the hell ahead of what the norm is in baseball. And when you add them back into a lineup, you can expect the lineup to get better. The other added advantage of that is because these are guys that are going to hit probably the top 5 of your lineup, is that it makes it tougher to pitch to other players too, because now you got to worry about everybody, and guys going to benefit from that. Riley Green is back on a heater again. He was cooled off for 5 or 7 games, whatever it was. He was really cold. He was ice cold. Now he's back on a heater. Spencer Torkelson is hitting the ball hard, and he's finding some holes in there now. He's got his OPS is only at 715, but again, it's above average. Dylan Dingler has found his stroke again. He was cold for a little bit. Now he's red hot. What they need now, they need to get one bat going. It's Colt Keith. He's 0 for his last 16, and he just doesn't look comfortable at the plate anymore. He still hasn't hit a home run. It's been 168 at bats with no home runs. And on top of that, he's not drawing a ton of walks. His OPS is down to 638. I wonder if they're thinking Colt Keith, does he have to go down and get some confidence? Did they send him to the minors? But let's see if he can rebound.
Call up Max Anderson.
Well, I mean, that would be an easy fix, right?
Yeah. So Monday's game was an absolute abomination out of the bullpen. Now, given they started Ty Madden, they knew they weren't going to get. It was going to be mostly a bulk. He was going to be the bulk guy, and there was going to be relievers all throughout. And they did not do the job. There were 8 walks. To be fair, the defense made some errors, especially behind Will Vest, or didn't make some makeable plays. There was only 1 error charge. But the last couple of days, between Emmanuel DeJesus and Drew Anderson, they threw 5 innings of no-hit baseball.
The bullpen.
Yeah. That's incredible. And these 2 guys were 2 of the guys that had me making my bold-ass prediction. And DeJesus, it was based upon World Baseball Classic performance. Anderson was based on spring numbers. It turned out to be one of the worst bold-ass predictions, and I am owning the hell out of it because the bullpen's been dreadful.
Yeah.
The question becomes, okay, let's say they solved the repopulating the lineup is going to make it a more formidable offense, like we expect. Starting pitching's held up in spite of the injuries. It's been remarkable, really. In many major metrics, they are top 10 in baseball, just the starting staff. I'm not sure how you fix the bullpen. Is Ty Madden, who is now officially going to the bullpen, okay, cool, but what can we expect out of him? You won't know until he's made 10, 15 appearances.
No, you don't know because it's a different mindset being a bullpen arm than being a starter. Does that come with, are you dejected about it because, hey, I thought I was in a rotation and now I'm not? Or do you man up and just own it and say, this is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to go out there and they're going to be counting on me to get 2 or 3 innings of work in. I can get that done. Great. It can be a real positive for this team without question. I think the other thing with the addition of the guys in a lineup, that can help out the bullpen too, because I don't know. I don't have these numbers in front of me, but I imagine the Tigers are trailing in a bunch of games when the bullpen gets in there. And there's a difference between coming into a game where you're trailing and coming into a game where you're leading. There's a mindset thing. The one mindset is, oh crap, I can't put us deeper in a hole. But the other one is, I got to hold on to this lead, right? And it's a more positive approach. We got a lead in this game. I'm going to hang on to this. I'm going to do my job in this inning, turn it over to the next guy, and he's going to do the job. So now they might be able to play with lead more often than they have been. And that might have a real positive effect on the bullpen. Or the bullpen just sucks, and who knows? Yep.
It's going to be. It has a chance. They have a chance to get interesting again, and they got a long way to go. I said it earlier in the show. I don't think of 14-game winning streaks. I think of 5-game winning streaks, 500 ball. 6-game winning streak, 500 ball. 4-game winning streak, 500 ball. And if you can do that.
Then maybe you've done a lot.
Then you've done a lot. And that's way easier said than done. But it feels like the daunting task of winning 10, 12, like making it all up at once is not the way I even think. But they've got 3 in a row here. Every time, though, over in May, where they showed a pulse, and by a pulse, I mean they'd win a game, they'd follow that up with a losing streak. So now that they've won a series and swept this series, I'm not going to get too carried away about what's coming next. There's a lot of proving to do.
No, and A.J. Hinch has been asked, I think, each day, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? And he's given a similar response to the hitter's approach, and he said they've been aggressive. They've been aggressive. They jumped and ambushed pitchers right out of the gate. Well, it's 3 games in a row you've done that. Seattle, I'm pretty sure, knows this. And I'm curious to see how Seattle adjusts and how are they going to attack the Tiger bats when their pitchers take them out? Are they going to be, trying to get the first pitch strike and throwing something right over the heart of the plate? Or are they going to be nibbling for corners or throwing it out of the zone and see the Tigers are overly aggressive? And do they all of a sudden, instead of being ahead in counts or knocking a ball down the line for an extra base hit, are they now swinging and missing because there's nothing to hit because the team is adjusted?
Let's go to Marty. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Marty.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
I'm disappointed in AJ. I think he coaches like it's AI. Whatever the analytics say he does, he doesn't go from the gut. And I wanted to see what you guys thought of that.
Well, did you think that was the case yesterday?
No, I think a light bulb's coming on.
Okay,
But,
so
I
maybe
hope so.
maybe that is the case. Maybe Sunday's game jolted everybody, because I thought Sunday's game was when he took out Montero after the 65 pitches or 64 pitches, whatever it was. I think we all agreed that was a mistake.
Yep.
And after the game, it's not like AJ admitted that was a mistake. He had his logic behind it, and that was the first time I'm like, I don't buy the logic behind it. And
he struggled with that.
I think he was pressing in that game as much as the players have been pressing, and maybe that's a reset point for this team. And since then, they're 3-0, and it was a shaky game on the first game of the series against Tampa on that Monday, but they ended up winning it. And then he sticks with Jack Flaherty through 5 innings. Jack threw a ton of pitches in the 5 innings, had to take him out, bringing in DeJesus. DeJesus mowed him down. And then you go last night or yesterday with Troy Melton, and he just kept putting him out there. 6 innings of shutout baseball, or not shutout baseball, but pretty good baseball. Well, bring him out for the 7th.
Yeah, I think
mowed him down to the 7th. Hey, let's bring him out for the 8th.
Yeah, I was surprised when he went back out there. I think Dickerson was too. On his call, he was like, and here comes Troy Melton as he wrapped up the top of the 8th.
So I was following along the last few innings on my phone.
Yeah.
And I was asking myself, okay, would I let Melton come out and pitch again? And my answer was always, yes. He's only thrown 70 pitches at this point. He's only thrown 80 pitches. I'll be careful. This is probably his last day. And then, sure enough, he goes 8 full innings. He was great.
He did the opposite of what he did with Montero. So
and still didn't throw 100 pitches.
Yeah. I mean, AJ, we were pretty critical of that move on Sunday, but he also sort of the overall totality. He has definitely made more wrong calls lately than we're accustomed to. I'll withhold all judgment of AJ or any definitive judgment. Let's see what happens when guys get back, because I think it matters.
Oh, yeah, and I think we're both. I'll speak for myself. I think we're both pretty big fans.
Yep.
Of AJ Hinch. This has been a rough patch with this team, and hopefully they found themselves out of it. What kind of team are they the rest of the way? Don't know.
We got to get into this conversation that Kang overheard yesterday. It was pretty funny, but it got us talking in the office, and we'll bring it to you next at 12:20 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, safety is top of mind for new drivers. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police want you to get ready for anything. Get a free student driver magnet or emergency car safety kit. Pick one up at an MSP post or order online at callsam.com/car safety kit. Once an hour, we'll be answering important cheese questions on this National Cheese Day. A lot of feedback coming in on underrated cheeses. Bill and Wayne says pimento cheese is underrated. John in Plymouth, underrated Carolina Reaper sliced cheese.
Careful with that.
How do you guys feel about the spicy cheese, like pepper jack or something
I
like that?
like it. I like it a lot.
I think it's good, but I mean, you think what cheese does to you, and then you're going to add the element of the heat. It's going to kind of stick with you.
Like a spicy nacho cheese. What do you feel about that, Gator?
No.
Bad for the boom boom, right?
Yeah, bad for my boom boom.
Costco goat cheese is kind of the bomb. That's from an unnamed texter. Boys, double cheese on Philly cheesesteak from Jersey Mike's. Fire. Tyler moving to the UP.
I'm not going to turn that down.
How do you feel about this, Gator? The steak and cheese with provolone and whiz. Like two different types of cheese on the steak and cheese.
No, I will tell you that when I've, the one time I was in Philadelphia, so you talk about a day of gluttony. So,
I want to hear this.
So we were meeting friends. I was with my buddy, my best friend, who was living in New Jersey at the time. We drove from Jersey to Philly, and then we're going to go from Philly and meet everybody in Baltimore for a weekend in Baltimore with everybody. But because Philadelphia was on the way, we decided we were going to pick up cheesesteaks for everybody. But everybody wanted, we were going to get Pat's and Geno's, like the two big cheesesteak places. But my friend Guy said, but we're going to go somewhere else first. We're going to go to Jim's cheesesteak in Philly. And it was amazing. It was so good. And me, I'm a big cheese guy. So I look up at the menu and I'd never ordered cheesesteak before. He's like, you got to go with wit or not. I'm like, well, do they have any regular cheese? He's like, yeah, they can throw provolone. I'm like, do you think I can go provolone and wit? I'm like, yes. So I did. And yes, I have done it and I loved it. Finished a giant cheesesteak. Then we went over to Pat's and Geno's, picked up a bunch from both of those, drove the next hour and a half or whatever it was to meet the guys in Delaware, and then we went to Baltimore, and it was just to stop and eat the cheesesteak. And yes, I had another full cheesesteak. I had 2 cheesesteaks in this gullet. It was amazing. I was much younger.
I have a feeling that Doug's never had that experience ever.
Yeah, I was about to say the things that Doug never has done or ever will do. All right, let's get to Kang. Where were you yesterday when you heard this?
I went to a card shop, actually.
Okay,
Went a short show yesterday. Got a little early.
Yeah. And this happens, I think, to everybody at some point in their life. But explain to the people the conversation you overheard.
So I go to a lot of card shops and card shows. So people talk sports all the time. And I hear misinformation all the time. I usually don't engage. I just go about my business, look through some cards or whatever. But yesterday, it struck me because it hit a personal nerve, right? 2 guys were talking. I think, and one guy had a card, and he looked at it. It was an Anthony Richardson card. And he asked the other guy, hey, what do you think about this Anthony Richardson card?
It was right up your alley.
Yeah, exactly. So my ears are already perked, right?
Anthony Richardson.
So I'm not saying anything, but
People
I'm listening.
don't know Kang was an Anthony Richardson fan. Coming out of college, thought he'd be a really good quarterback. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, whatever. Career's not over yet.
No.
Anyways, so speaking of bold-ass predictions.
Right.
So the one guy he's talking to asked him, hey, what do you think about this Richardson card? The other guy goes, I don't know, but he's the Lions' backup quarterback. And the guy says, he is? He's like, yeah, he's the Lions' quarterback now, backup. So you might want to hold on to that. Might be able to sell here locally. And the guy goes, really? I did not know that. Are you sure? And he's like, yeah, I'm sure. And this, I told you, I'd never engage. But it's Anthony Richardson. And I thought to myself, did this just happen when I left the station to now? So there's a chance, right? So I'm like, and there was that rumor out there. Some SI or ESPN wrote an article that maybe I should look at Richardson.
Yeah.
So I said, I actually engaged. I said, did that just happen? Or is this like over the weekend? And he goes, I don't know, but I know he's the backup quarterback. And so all 3 of us break out our phones at this point.
Yeah.
The one guy who claimed it was Richardson was the backup, he was not the first to respond. The other guy was. And he said, no, man, I think that's a rumor. The guy who claimed it, Richardson, was the Lions' backup quarterback, finds out it's a rumor on his phone and goes, well, crap. And he said he found this out over the weekend. This guy, it was Wednesday. He's like
hanging on to it.
Yes, 4 or 5 days. He's thinking Richardson's the backup
Imagine
quarterback.
how many people he's already told that to.
Yes.
He found over the weekend there were no stories out over the weekend. He kept spewing it.
You wouldn't believe the stuff you hear.
Wow.
That's so great.
Wow.
So the topic is when you just heard misinformation.
Yeah, just straight up. This is false
This is just
information.
wrong.
Yeah.
So I was sitting at a Tiger game. Trying to remember what year this was. I guess it's irrelevant to the story. And I always like sitting in the stands and kind of like listening to conversations, what the people are talking about. And a guy in front of me was having a conversation about the best baseball player ever, blah, 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 Bo Jackson, Bo Jackson, Bo Jackson. And I'm listening to all this. And then he said, and he said it with such authority. And everybody was like, wow. He said with incredible authority, you know, Dave Winfield played Major League Baseball, played in the NBA, and played in the NFL. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, that's not true. And everybody's like blown away. He's like, yep, played in all three. Played in college at Minnesota and then played in all three. And I'm sitting there going, no, he was drafted by all three. He played basketball and baseball at Minnesota and got drafted in both the NBA and the MLB draft, but he never played NBA basketball, and he got drafted by the Minnesota Vikings in like the 23rd round back when they had that many rounds, and they were just like, F it, we'll just take the guy. But he never played in the NFL, and I just listened to this, and finally I tapped one of the younger guys on the shoulder, and I said, yeah, none of that's true. He only played Major League Baseball. And he was like, really?
No.
Yeah. Well, it was the authoritative guy, and he was so sure of it. Like I let somebody else know.
Cocksure, as
Oh
they
yeah,
say.
yeah. So, Evan, you came charging.
Oh,
in
I
here.
love this topic. I
Do you?
have one. I went to a Tiger game 3 years ago when Ohtani was on the Angels still. I had to go see Ohtani play. Kenny was actually sitting next to me. I wish he was here so he could corroborate this story. But I was, I guess, mansplaining to my wife about Ohtani and his stats, how good he is. And then I said his age. I said he's 28. This woman in front of me with a Fugazi Ohtani jersey turns around and says he's 25. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, what? Did you just butt in this conversation? And I know for a fact how old he was. And then Ashley, my wife, she's like, you're not saying anything back to her. And I'm like, come on. And she's like, you're not starting this.
Let me put her in her place.
And so I Google it and I show it on her phone. She's like, Evan, stop. You're not saying anything to her. I'm like, she said it to me. So.
And did you say something?
No.
Ah, boy, smart
She
decision.
wouldn't allow it. But
Good decision.
To this day, if I ever saw that woman again, because her face is burned into my brain, I would tell her she was wrong.
As long as your wife's not around.
So my story is like a flat out imposter story.
Oh, really?
I was at a charity event where it was not even an event. It's like sometimes during the summer you might see some organizations put on like blackjack tables or gambling tables for charity at restaurants or something like that. So I went to one to support a friend of mine. And I'm sitting at this table and I'm playing blackjack and there's two other people at the table. One is this guy who's in nice coat and tie, look a little bit younger. And next to him was this very attractive woman who had they weren't there together. And he's clearly trying to impress her. And he's got this ring on his hand. And she goes, oh, that's an interesting ring. He goes, yes, it's my Stanley Cup championship ring with the Red Wings. And I'm like, all right. And I'm thinking,
Please tell me you intervened.
I'm like, okay, how do I handle this? Because I look at this guy and like, I know who the champion Red Wing players are. And I'm like, oh, you were on the team, huh? He goes, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. What's your name? And I believe he said he was Johan Garpenlov. Now, I don't remember if Garpenlov was on the championship team or not, but I know this guy wasn't Johan Garpenlov.
Okay.
So he's got I don't know if he borrowed a ring from somebody and he's just passing himself up. But I'm like, this guy. So he gets up and goes to the bathroom, whatever. And the woman is like, she's really impressed. Like, did you know he was a Red Wing? I'm like, I know he's not a Red Wing. And she said, what? I said, don't let him fool you. You do what you want here. But I'm telling you right now, I would know he's not a Red Wing.
All right, 248-539-9797. What is the greatest misinformation you heard out in public? Like Kang heard that somebody thought Anthony Richardson was the Lions' backup quarterback. I heard somebody say that Dave Winfield played Major League Baseball, NFL football, and NBA basketball, and Gator. Had a guy say I'm Johan Garpenloff when he knew damn well it was not. By the way, it's probably a decent poll. If you're going to pretend you're a Red Wing, go with Johan Garpenloff, somebody that many people wouldn't know what he looks like.
Right.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1. When you've been out amongst the unwashed, what have you heard them say? It was complete and total BS. And you knew it, like the stories we just told. 248-539-9797. Ange, you're on 97.1. Hello, Ange.
Oh, Ann. Is it Ann?
Oh, okay,
sure.
we got a
Hey,
G in there. Okay, it's Ann. Sorry, Ann. Hello.
It's all good. Hi, guys.
What's up?
All right. So my husband and I were at the Sports Spectacular show over the weekend at Novi. Shout out Dims Dimes King. You know him or know of him. And so he is a pretty intelligent collector. And we overheard a guy he was talking and bragging to another guy about these Nike turf shoes, not game used, and he was using ChatGPT to like get like rare and unique stuff to make it more valuable. So we were standing in line for Barry for signatures, mind you. And the guy was just basically bragging about getting more inscriptions and trying to increase like the retail value and just using ChatGPT. And we actually looked it up to see like, yeah, he literally just took these blank ideas, and any intelligent collector knows that's not really going to increase the value. So
what was he? I don't understand what he was doing. Kang, do you get? I'm sorry, I don't get it. He had Nike.
He had Nike turf shoes, like they weren't game worn. He was in line waiting for an autograph from Barry Sanders, and he was going to get inscriptions like signature.
On
like
the shoe?
Notes. I'm sorry?
You're going to have
shoe?
to sign the shoe.
Yeah, the Nike turf shoes. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what does ChatGPT have to do with it?
Not game used. He used ChatGPT to search for ideas to get the shoes more valuable and to like increase the nostalgia and the worth.
Okay, I got you. So see what he would sign, or is that what you're saying? So it would make it more valuable if he signed a Barry Sanders number 20 Hall of Fame class, whatever 2000.
Yeah, he just got some random turf shoes, to get signed, and then using ChatGPT for ideas where they're completely unoriginal and it's not going to give you unique ideas to increase value. I think King would probably pick up on it too as a collector. So.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not a collector and I'm not quite picking up on it, but.
Well, I'm not sure if it's a bad idea though. Kang, is that a bad idea to go to ChatGPT and ask, hey, what increases the value in the signature? If there's something more they put on there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the AI stuff, and a lot of times what it's doing is it's summarizing what the internet's saying. You know what I mean? It's not it's not, I would say, correct information necessarily. It's just what everyone's talking about. Now, the fact she's saying like he grabbed some random shoes. Yeah, these are just random shoes. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're not game worn. They're not even
How do I make this random shoe more valuable?
Exactly. So, I mean, people are doing this nowadays, and in collecting world as well, because they just don't know anymore.
From an unnamed texter, sitting at Breslin last winter for a game, guy next to me says, Jeremy Fears had to sit out a year because he shot someone. My wife did the same as Evans and wouldn't let me correct him. Yeah,
That sounds like a bit. I think you need to make a correction there.
Yeah, it's a kind of a serious
that's not exactly
distinction
why he
to
sat out a
make.
year.
Yeah, he was the recipient.
He got shot.
He got shot. He did not shoot anyone. When it comes to serious stuff like that, I think it's okay to intervene and go, no. He got shot. I had a guy at a pizza place confidently tell me that Mike Tomlin is now an analyst on the Detroit Lions coaching staff, and he doubled down when I pressed him. That's from Mike at a work fan. That's great.
Did they hire him? That'd be awesome.
It would be great if Mike Tomlin was with the Lions. I'd love it.
Iron sharpening iron with the coaching staff. I like it.
Yeah. What did you hear out in the wild that you knew immediately was misinformation? I once had a source tip me that a player who's kind of surprisingly retired years ago was doing so because of an HIV diagnosis.
Oh, my.
Yep. But I think that was like somebody took a rumor, and because of the position they had, I was like, okay. And I was like, that's something that I'll keep to myself until I find out anything more.
Yeah,
do some digging.
Very responsible.
But it did not turn out to be apparently did not turn out to be the case. But I felt like that was just a bad source. But it's like your guy with the Anthony Richardson card or the Anthony Richardson take. He heard a rumor that he might get. My guess is he heard a rumor that he might make sense in Detroit because we had that trade proposal a couple weeks ago by some NFL insider, and he took it as it was actually the case. From Ryan, I used to work with a guy that claimed he was Rick Springfield's illegitimate love child. Somehow that actually worked. Laughed my ass off. Okay.
Is his mom named after Jesse's girl or no?
Could be. So he claimed that Rick Springfield was his father and that his father Rick Springfield knocked up his mom at some point. and he was the the product of said relationship. Jack on a mower. My aunt, who worked at the Joe, said Mike Ilitch asked her for recommendations on what to do with the team on multiple occasions.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
My aunt, who worked at the Joe, so Mike Ilitch asked her what to do with the team. Okay.
Well, if is it impossible to think that Mike Ilitch walking around the Joe would walk up to workers that have been there for a while and just jokingly, or maybe not jokingly, just engage in a conversation? Oh, well, what do you think we should do?
Do I think that's impossible?
And then not do it, but
Not do it.
but listen.
Well, if he's asking, do you think we should change the signage over here? I could see Mike Ilitch asking a worker, should we change the signage walking around the Joe? But I don't think hockey decisions. Could he do it jokingly?
You think we should trade for Teemu Solani?
Jerome McGinley? Should I make a run at Jerome McGinley? 248-539-9797.
For Johan Garpenlov. And an 8th round pick.
Right. Anyway, if you got any good stories of stuff you heard out in public, we'd love to hear them. 248-539-9797. By the way, Evan and I made a bet today.
Did you?
Yep. We bet a lunch. Before I tell you what the bet is, what does your gut tell you? Do you want to be on Evan's side or my side?
Your side.
Okay. So our conversation yesterday about how many Tiger All-Stars there would be.
Mm-hmm.
Evan said there would only be one. We bet a lunch. I took the over.
Okay. I like the bet. I think it's an interesting bet. Logic would say that when they're going to assemble this team, first of all, they get the vote from the fans. That what the Tigers won't have going for them is the fact that they're, top team in baseball. So the average baseball fan who's not a Tiger fan won't be gravitating towards just, who's the best team? Oh, the Tigers are. I'll select this guy. There's your Zach McKinstry vote or whatever.
Yep.
Because they're one of the worst teams in baseball, that vote doesn't come in. But interesting. I think it's two at the very least, because I think you got Dingler and Riley Green are both there.
I'm pretty confident that I'll win this bet. If you start thinking about, there won't be guys that get voted in. The biggest thing I got going for me is Skubal's return. If he returns and pitches well, he's going to make it. Even if it's just 4 or 5 starts before the All-Star game, he's going to make it, is my opinion. My dad called me and asked me if I heard that we had traded Goff. I told him to get off Facebook. That's from an unnamed texter. Joe in Chesterfield. I was at a Lions game 2 years ago. Khalif Raymond returned a punt for a touchdown. Kid behind me asks his dad, who is that? Dad confidently says, Zach Raymond. He's a rookie. It's from Joe in Chesterfield. One time I thought I heard on a broadcast that Larry Nance Jr. was the announcer, Jim Nance's son. I ended up telling people at work because I thought it was the coolest thing that I'd ever heard. I now know that I was very wrong.
Hello, friends. Like to introduce you to my son.
And Scott writes
But
in.
his name was Larry Nance Jr.
Right.
Why would you think Jim? It's his
He's
dad.
Jim's son. But if Jim's son, wouldn't it be Jim Nance Jr.?
Scott writes in, somebody told me once that the Red Wings got Matt Niskanen at the trade deadline. Oh, so great.
I don't think there's anything funny about that.
Coming up next, it's this hour's important cheese
Suck.
question.
You all suck.
We got a lot of those texts, by the way.
Did we really?
Yeah.
I'll never live it down.
No. Our important cheese
Kesha.
question. Straight ahead on this National Cheese Day, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust. And that's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that is frankly unmatched. And we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating that's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. Because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community, and they're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing. Check them out at mymichiganroof.com and get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, mymichiganroof.com.
Paula is next here on 97.1. Hello, Paula.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
Well, so I used to work in the music business, and I lived in New York. And one time we were in this small club, and Keith Richards and John Belushi walked in. And the crowd races to get to autographs, and they're bugging Keith, and Keith's signing autographs. Well, there's one kid in particular was like standing on my feet and sitting on my table, and they're like pushing people around, and he wheels around to me and he said, look, I got Keith Richards' autograph. And I looked down at the autograph, and I looked at where Keith and Belushi were sitting, and I looked at the kid. I said, "That's not Keith Richards. That's Ron Wood." And he was so disappointed.
So was it Ron Wood or was it actually Keith Richards?
No, it was Keith. It was Keith.
Okay,
But
so
you
were
were just messing
the
with
kid.
it.
Huh?
You were just messing with the kid?
I was messing with him because he'd been so annoying. He was like sitting on my table and standing on my feet, and I just he was just devastated.
He walked away believing that was true, huh? So you were the person
And you know
serving
how
up the
they
misinformation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. you
Yeah, I
can't-
was the one that gave but I did it on purpose.
Yes.
I'd be happy with the Ron Wood autograph.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but it wouldn't be a big surprise that you would see Keith Richards with Belushi. You know.
that's kind of cool.
Thank you for sharing, Paula. All right, let's get to our cheese question. Today is National Cheese Day, and we are stopping the show to ask important cheese questions once an hour, all day long here on Carson Anderson. All right, Kang, what do we got this hour?
All right, boys. Doug Gator, what is your favorite cheese to eat by itself? Just not on top of anything, not with anything, not spread onto anything, just eating cheese.
There's one that
I've got a new favorite.
I can't find anymore. And years ago, when I was a kid, I was at a friend's house, and my friend's mom had cut up like little cubes of this cheese, and I literally can't find it anymore. And it was like a yellow cheese, like an American type, not American, but like a cheddar type cheese, but it had little bits of like pepperoni in it, like just tiny little pieces of
Really?
of meat in there. It was so
And
good.
cubed?
Yeah. And, well, she ended up cubing it.
Oh,
It
she
came in like a
cubed it.
block
It came
of
in a
cheese,
block?
and
Okay.
she would cube it. That to me was amazing, and I've tried to find something like that ever since, and I've never just haven't been able to do it.
Okay, so I brought one today because I've got a favorite cheese that I eat.
Snack cheese.
Yes, and I've got it. I don't know the name of it. It's kind of a weird thing I can only get at one store. So I'm going to go get it. Kang, do you have an answer?
Yeah, I'll answer while you run. All right. Doug, it's high in protein. That's why you
100%.
it's like one of these snack healthy,
It's like low milk,
skim 2% maybe.
yeah.
I wish I could come up with something more exciting, Gator, but mine's going to be just the cubed cheddar cheese.
Nothing wrong with
they
it,
come
man.
Like, when they come with the crackers or the vegetables or
Yeah,
fruit,
yeah.
like if people are drinking wine, I just like to eat the cheese. Like,
I love like just various cubed cheeses that you
Yeah.
can get that are like for hors d'oeuvres and stuff like that. I love it. Like that's my first go-to if you go to some party or an event and hey, here's the cheese and cracker table. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go.
do you like string cheese?
I do, but it's more the novelty, peeling it off and then.
Is it more of like a kid cheese? Do you see grown adults eating the string cheese a lot, or is it?
Yeah, I imagine this guy across from me probably does that.
What's that?
Doug, you like string cheese?
It's okay. I don't love it.
Just okay. See,
Yeah.
just the thumb with cheese.
Just the thumb.
Okay. These you can get at Bush's. These aged cheddar cheese Kerrygold cheese sticks are so stinking good.
Can't hide money.
Do they serve it to you in like a tuxedo, or how's this work?
No, you get them in a package of like 10 of them.
Excuse me, sir. Would you like me to wrap that, please?
So good.
It looks good, actually.
Aged cheddar cheese snacks from
I kind of
Kerrygold.
want it right now.
You gonna share some with Gator?
Yeah,
No, I'm not. I love these things. I value them too much. Maybe I'll bring in some tomorrow and you guys can try.
Okay.
But I'm looking for this is my post-show snack on the drive home, so not giving that up.
All right,
So
one
this is
more.
my favorite kind of favorite cheese to eat all by
I thought
itself.
we thought it would say something like high protein, or
Yeah, I'm
know.
sure you. I can imagine the
Low
jokes
fat.
are
No,
flying.
but it's
right
Kerrygold, so it's straight from Ireland.
It's really good. Bush's is the only place I've seen them. The supermarket chain.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, favorite food with the cheese in the name. Like just it's got to have cheese in the name, right? For example, like mac and cheese. All right,
Oh boy.
like pizza doesn't count. I guess you could say cheese pizza, but I'm not counting that.
I grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese sandwich is a classic,
Yeah,
easy.
I love a grilled cheese sandwich, a little tomato soup, dip it in the soup.
Cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Well, you
Yeah, not
you're
the-
not the red
turkey
meat, yeah.
burger. Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
but
it's
but
cheese.
yeah.
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 I just get dismissed.
Anything else, Doug?
Completely dismissed.
I'm gonna go chicken parmesan. Parmesan.
Well, Parmesan
Parmesan's a
is
cheese.
literally a cheese.
It doesn't have to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
cheese. It
yeah.
can be like just, a type of cheese. Doug, you'd be like turkey and Swiss.
What do you mean?
That's in the name, right? Turkey and
A
Swiss.
turkey and Swiss sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah, turkey and Swiss sandwiches are pretty much money. So, yeah.
Cheese dip.
You love dips, though.
I love dips.
Yeah.
Do you like cheese dip more than other dips? Like queso? Do you like queso above of guacamole or salsa or 5-layer?
I would probably be more, like if you had a little bowl of guac and a bowl of queso and then a bag of chips.
Where are you going first?
I'll probably start with the guac, but I'm going to finish with the queso. And I'm probably going to knock down more queso than with the guac. And I love guac. But queso, man.
When you build with your own bowl, both you guys,
Yeah.
what type of cheese do you prefer, the shredded or the queso?
Shredded.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys just became best friends.
I don't ever get queso.
I knew you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I figured you would.
I have nothing against pump cheese. I like pump cheese a lot. And sometimes it's better than regular.
You just took away my answer for when Kang asked, what's an overrated cheese?
Oh, the pump cheese?
Pump cheese.
What, if you have to pump the cheese, you don't like it?
But sometimes it
Disgusting.
just makes more sense. Like if you get chili cheese fries,
Oh, yeah.
I feel
That
like
way it makes way
and
more
I've had them
sense.
both. Yeah, like the shredded cheese, but then you gotta melt the shredded cheese, and then it's different because
No,
you end
it's
up
totally
pulling
different.
it up in a clump. You get a clump of 10 fries because the cheese is melted on it. But if you get the pump cheese, it kind of seeps in and gets in all over all the
Way
fries.
better.
Yeah.
You ever go to a place where they just like lay a slice of cheese on top and like put it in the microwave or something? Like that's not cheese fries.
That's not enough. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's easy for me to be dismissive of pump cheese because I don't get cheese fries, but I think
Why don't
when
you get
say-
cheese fries?
Because I think the
'Cause of pump
fry
cheese?
the fry is good enough naked. It doesn't need to be cheesed up. But like pump cheese, if you go to a game and get nachos and there's pump cheese.
In fairness, if you're going to get the cheese fries, it's the chili cheese fries, and Doug's not going to go for the chili on there.
That's very true.
Those
Is
are
one of your questions? What's an overrated cheese? Or is that not going to be one of your questions?
Yeah, it was. But you
Okay.
can answer it now, though. I can come up with more, man. I got
All
more.
right, yeah. Well, I was
Is
going
that
to say
pump
pump
cheese?
cheese or cheese heads. Cheese heads are the worst. Overhead, you can't see around them. I didn't realize that till I sat behind a cheese head, a Packer fan at a game. You can't see around the damn cheese head if you're right behind them.
Yeah, what game was that at, Doug?
It was at a Super Bowl.
Okay.
You were there.
I know, I was with you. It was awful. Our seats at the 50-yard line.
Well, we were in level
Being-
7, and
Right.
yeah, it wasn't. We were at it was the one
Being
in Dallas.
obstructed by
It was
cheese heads.
literally
No, those guys
obstructed
suck.
view because of the cheese
Absolutely
heads in
suck.
front of us. I was like, wait a sec, these shouldn't be allowed in stadiums.
No, they shouldn't be. It's a big mistake.
If you're sitting behind one of them,
It's gross.
pain in the ass.
Totally gross. Never should have
how do
happened.
you feel about the cheese grater head?
First world problems, right?
Yeah.
I mean, my Super Bowl seats, but
My most overrated is going to be controversial, and I'm embarrassed to say it, but to me, it is pepper jack.
ooh,
Because sometimes it can be too powerful, and it overpowers whatever it is I'm eating, and it's no bueno.
okay.
So I
real
guess it's
quick,
overpowering pepper jack as opposed to just plain old pepper jack.
real quick, overrated.
God, I feel like I love all cheese. This is a tough one. I'm up against it. I'll have to tell you after the break.
All right. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Yeah, I really don't.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media at OTAs today. He shared that he does not know how much Kirby Joseph will play this upcoming season. He also said it might be a while before he does know the answer to that question. Other headlines from the OTA pressers today. Campbell shared the news that rookie wideout Kendrick Law, who was picked in the 5th round of the draft, tore his ACL in a non-contact drill and will be out for the year. New offensive coordinator Drew Petzing also spoke and was asked how Penei Sewell is handling the move from right tackle to left. He said, quote, "He looks like, if not the best, one of the best tackles in football," unquote. Sewell made the move after the team did not bring Taylor Decker back in the offseason. In college hoops today, Michigan and Duke men's basketball are set to meet in a non-conference game in December next year. The game was originally supposed to be played in New York, but that would geographically give the Big Ten rights to broadcast the game on Fox. That's an issue because Duke had already agreed to a deal to broadcast the game on Amazon Prime. So, to skirt the broadcast rights deals, the location of the game is now being moved to Lone Depot Park in Florida, where the Marlins play. The deal is not finalized, but is expected to go through. The game is scheduled for December 21st. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight as well. Vegas leading Carolina 1-0 in the series. Canes favored to even things up tonight at 8 o'clock. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, I want to bring up something that's good news with the Lions, with the Kirby Joseph update and the Kendrick Law update, 2 injury things that aren't working out. Birchie Kid on our website did a story about Aleem McNeil and how last year I couldn't really, the quote was, I couldn't really train and run and stuff like that to get the fat off. I've been able to do that this year, eat good, feel good, sleep good. And now he says he's a season removed from tearing his ACL in December of 2024. He is back. I'm me again now. Something or nothing?
I think it's something. Because the Aleem McNeil we saw before the injury was really turning into something great, not just good, but something great. Then he had the injury. We saw him come back last year, and he was clearly still building himself up. You know, he was healthy enough to play, but not near the level that he was. So now he's got a full off season of training under his belt. I'll believe him when he says that. And obviously the proof is in the pudding. We'll wait to see when he actually suits up and puts pads on. But I think this is one that you feel, okay, if you played last season and you stayed healthy last season, that now you've had real time off where you can train the way you want. I think it's fair to say that he can return back to form before the injury, which was really good.
The story's been tweeted out from our Twitter account if you're interested, at Dungator971. He's almost a forgotten man in some ways, right? Because, you know, you see a guy, you start to believe in a guy, then he gets hurt and he comes back and he's not nearly as productive as he once was. And you go, well, wait a sec. Do we get duped in this one? And, you know, coming off injuries, it sometimes does take a while. And think about how helpful that would be. Think about how much of a difference he can be in the middle of the defensive line. And you talk about, you know, collapsing pockets from the inside and when he was at his best and what they've invested in that position with a first-round pick in Tyleik Williams in year 2. You look for that jump. Middle of the defensive line has potential to be a strength, but it's one of those, until we see it, you got to go out and do it. Got to go out and get a fully healthy return to form of Aleem McNeil. Tyleik Williams in year 2 takes a big step forward. That could be a strength. Run stuffing and collapsing pockets. There's a lot invested with a big money contract, McNeil, and a high draft pick in Williams.
Well,
so play like it.
Yeah, I mean, Aleem McNeil was showing the ability of being able to actually be a pass rusher from inside, which is huge if you can get that. And it's a great compliment to what you have on the outside. And Tyleik Williams, this is a big, I think season 2 is a big season. You got to show big strides. Otherwise, you just be another long list of players that would just meh, which would be disappointing. You know, we need to have some improved play from him, and the defensive end position outside of Hutch is going to be heavily scrutinized, particularly as you're seeing other edge rushers being traded or signing as free agents elsewhere. And there's still some other names out there that you and I continue to go,
Cam Jordan?
when's Cam Jordan going to sign with somebody?
Really surprised he hasn't signed with anybody, which you get to a point where you start wondering, okay, we must be overvaluing him because nobody has signed him.
Or
He's overvaluing himself.
no, or he's going to retire.
Could be. Or he could be waiting for that right. I don't want to be in New Orleans anymore. I want to win a Super Bowl. I'm going to wait for the injury on the team that is a Super Bowl contender and they come calling. That could be it.
Could be.
Kang, what do you make of the Ali McNeil story? Do you think it's something or nothing?
I hope it's something. I mean, that'll be such a huge boost to this team. There's a reason why they gave that guy a huge extension. You know what I mean? This isn't like they've done well in finding like Roy Lopez type players and like what's it, Pat O'Connor, whoever. Name a guy, a rotational guy that's actually help contribute here and there. That's not what they're looking for from Ali McNeil. They're looking for a game wrecker, a game changer. And when you get pass rush up the middle, that's something a lot of teams don't have. Some teams might have a guy on the outside. Every single team in the league is looking for a guy from the outside, but not everyone has someone from the inside. And that's what made Aaron Donald so special too, by the way, and so important to the Rams. So if the Lions have their guy McNeil and he's healthy and he's ready to go, as opposed to what he was last year, that just makes Hutch and Derek Moore or Wanham on the outside, even more valuable for them too, because pressure up the middle is different, right, than from the edges. At least those guys can step up into the throws. You get pressure up the middle, a lot of these quarterbacks then on the run are just not as good and accurate as they're supposed to be. And so I think the McNeil thing is a big thing. I hope it is.
He was looking like a top 5 to 10 player at the position in 2023 and 2024 before he got hurt. Last year when he came back, he had 1 sack in 10 games. He had 4 games he played, according to the story by Birchie. It's been tweeted out from our Twitter account at DunGator971. He played 4 games where he didn't even get a quarterback pressure. Like, it was just, he wasn't the same guy. Now, if you look at his age, how old do you think Ali McNeil is?
25?
Yeah, he's 26. He's still really young. Like, this is not like you should be getting diminishing returns.
No, exactly. I mean, he was coming off an injury. So let's hope he gets back in the upward trajectory to where he was a couple of years ago and improves on that.
All right. My buddy was 100% sure Carmelo Anthony played a couple of years with the Pistons. That's from an unnamed texter.
There are lots of players, though, that you forget actually played with the Pistons. Like big name players.
Is there one?
I think Tracy McGrady was a Piston, right? I totally forget that.
Billy Owens was a Piston.
Sean Elliott was a Piston.
I'm pretty sure Billy Owens was a Piston. Billy Owens.
Yeah, he was.
Piston, yeah.
From Syracuse.
Yeah.
I mean, Derek Coleman was a Piston.
I mean, if you had asked me, am I 1,000% sure Tracy McGrady never played for the Pistons? I'd say, yeah. Yeah, right? He never played for the Pistons. There were always McGrady rumors, though.
But he did.
I'm in my 40s now, but I remember my 7th grade teacher telling us that Michael Jordan had a breathing condition, and that's why he always stuck his tongue out on dunks.
Oh, I didn't realize it. He had a disability, huh? That makes sense.
Yes, because it's the dunking part of the game that tires a player out, not the running up and down the court.
He's even more amazing than I thought.
Yeah.
King, did you know that?
Yeah, I was in the same class as that kid.
Okay. Is a Jordan card with his tongue out worth more than a Jordan card where it's not?
No. Doesn't make a difference.
Doesn't it?
Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT.
Well, think about your cards and which ones are more valuable. Do you have any cards with the tongue out?
Yeah, there's a lot of cards with the tongue out because he did that a lot during an action shot. So.
Yeah, just saying.
What's your what do you think the value? Well, maybe I shouldn't ask you.
Yeah, don't ask me.
Yeah.
And the wife will know how much I'm spending.
That's a good point.
It's college fund.
You know, you do know what tomorrow night is.
Well, it's Friday night, June 5th.
Yep. You got plans.
I have plans?
You should have plans.
I should have plans?
Yep.
Is this something we should do together?
I can't. I'll be out of town, but if I were here, I would absolutely go with you.
We got some sort of like tequila fest or something like that?
Nope.
Taco fest?
Nope.
Bourbon fest?
Do you see who's playing at Pine Knob Music Theater tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? No. I have not seen. Wait a minute. Who's playing?
Will you commit to going?
Yeah, I'm not going to commit to. Is it Black Crows?
No.
Okay. Because they were playing with Whiskey Myers. Who we got?
Kesha is playing at Pine Knob tomorrow night.
It's real life algorithm, man. I hate it. It's so true, though. Why would you say Kesha the other day?
I don't know.
See?
First name that came to my mind, I'm thinking, let's go with a female, and it's
And then one
It was
word.
one name. It wasn't
No.
monosyllabic. That was the
We
problem.
were really for one
Yeah.
syllable, and he came up with Kesha.
Give me a question.
Guess that one, ooze.
I'll trust you. That's a play on words with one of her songs. I have no idea.
Took me a second to get that.
Thank you, Doug.
No,
The
I'm not going.
mentalist.
That's the mentalist. He tried to get into Gator's mind. He's like, no, wrong, Kesha. Dude, you totally answered the question wrong.
By the way, coming up at 1:30, the latest on the Tigers and the trade deadline, according to one of the foremost authorities in Major League Baseball. That will be at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797.
Are you excited about this upcoming weekend with the Tigers? Now that it's a 3-game win streak they've got, because it feels like they've got to really validate this and get everybody back on board. They got the weekend series. The weather is really favorable now. I haven't looked ahead at the forecast other than know it's going to be warm. I don't know. Hopefully it's not stormy, but
A little bit of rain coming in, I think.
but as temperatures now we're into summer. This is the time schools are going to get let out here in the next week or so. It's an opportunity to really kind of turn things around. I bet the organization is like, please God.
Well, sure. I mean, I have to imagine there's a different feeling in the clubhouse after one 3-game sweep. Like, okay, let's prove something.
And it's not like they swept the Royals. They swept a really good baseball team.
I know.
And kind of embarrassed that baseball team from the get-go.
And they should be, but the Tigers have been getting embarrassed, and they suddenly look like the best version of themselves.
And now we got the rematch of the divisional series last year.
I mean,
A sour taste in our mouths.
you won't go tomorrow night because you'll be at Kesha. But yeah, people are probably out at the park this weekend. 248-539-9797-971. Hey, when your garage door strikes out, don't waste time with some call center 3 states away. Do what I did. Call M&M Garage Doors. Family owned and operated right here in Michigan since 2011. We needed a quick repair on our garage door at the house. They got it done that day. The pros showed up, have everything they needed. Bang, took care of business. We also wanted to get a new garage door for our place up north. Their customer service was elite. Got it done in a day, and we couldn't be happier. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Kang?
Yes, Doug.
Thursday, Mo?
Ooh, probably. I'm supposed to do a Thursday golf range.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, but yeah, you know, Thursday Mo's happening.
Thursday, Mo? I got Thursday, Mo with the bi-weekly whip mixed in today. Do the edging and all that. So it's going to be a little bit longer today. But Thursday, Mo is one of your greatest ideas of all time.
Now you got the weekend freed up, my friend, after this.
Just to look at that great-looking lawn, yeah.
That's right.
Got the sprinkler going.
How often have you stood back and looked at your lawn after?
You know, when I'm done mowing,
Every time?
There's some behold. Like you go grab a beer and you behold what you've done. And you know, I'm doing a little bit more work on the yard this summer. It's the summer of Doug when it comes to golf. Off to a terrible start, but yard's going to look better too. So Thursday, Mo.
Sounds like the summer of Doug's wife.
Well, not the golf part.
Well, I'm talking about what you're doing so far.
Oh, we're going to try. We're supposed to go to the Upper Peninsula. I want to try to get on Gray Walls, which I hear great things about, but not a lot of tee times I noticed for when we're around. But
No?
no. All right. Do you want to go ahead and make the accusation, or do you want to? Have you decided you want to go there?
I don't mind.
All right.
So I had the game on kind of in the background last night as I'm scrolling through my phone and whatnot and watching it. The
Texas Tech.
game one of the NBA Finals.
Not the College World Series softball. Sorry, go ahead.
Definitely not the softball.
Gotcha.
And then it was brought to mind. I may have been flipping around the TV too, but as I'm scrolling and on Twitter, I came across the Jalen Brunson injury,
Oh boy.
as I put in air quotes. And I'm like, did he really get hurt? Because that's going to suck for them if he's really hurt. And you see the video of him walking down the tunnel or whatever, and he got a little limp.
Mm-hmm.
And then I see the replay. I'm like, did he actually get hit in the leg at all? What are we doing here? Is he hurt? And then he ends up scoring 30-something points in the game or 30 points in the game, has this big fourth quarter.
It didn't play like he was hurt.
Yeah. Is he taking foul baiting to a whole different level now and trying to get the sympathy? And oh my God, maybe he got hurt. We should watch it more closely then. If he gets touched, I mean, they're trying to take advantage of this poor injured man.
Yeah.
Or is this bloody sock all over again? Fake. I mean, he's trying to have a Willis Reed moment. I mean, no. Willis Reed came back and then was. I think he came back and played in the game and then left the game and never played again.
You think he's a faker?
I'm just saying. I think Brunson is faking.
It didn't look as bad as it seemed. I'll say that the reaction, because I think it was Harrison Barnes that fell and kind of hit his
in his
knee.
vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And usually you would think someone would hyperextend their knee at that point, but it was more like on the side, it seemed like, and it looked like Brunson was able to get his foot out of the way. So I know what you're trying to say, but I also don't think he's faking that one. I don't think he would be faking a knee injury there, because there's no foul. It wasn't like he had the ball in his hands trying to shoot. He was away from the play.
Just saying.
So he had no reason to fake
Yeah,
anything.
that's what I'm saying,
He
yes.
fakes with the ball in his hands. He doesn't fake with the ball out of his hand.
I don't know. I try and lay the groundwork for something like, oh my, what a courageous performance from Jalen Brunson to come back from a non-knee injury.
He wants his Willis Reed moment. Also a Nick. Also a faker? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not
okay.
say that
All
about
right,
Willis
making
Reed.
sure.
I won't say that about Willis Reed.
All right.
That was legendary, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't like the Jordan flu game.
I gotta tell you, to me, it is interesting. And I guess if you'll fake a foul,
Why wouldn't you fake it?
Would
Take
you
it to the next
also-
extreme. Like, how did you not call this? Did you not see that I'm dying here?
yeah.
My leg, I can barely walk. I'm gonna have to leave this game for 90 seconds.
So essentially, look, your accusation it probably is based in very little merit. But if you fake one thing, why wouldn't you fake something else?
Anybody else think he was faking? I'm just asking.
Okay.
I
love that it crossed your mind.
Well, I could buy this. He was just scared, right? Because sometimes you get hit in the leg and it doesn't feel right, and oh crap, and you want to let's get this take. Oh, did I just tear my ACL? That I snap an Achilles? What just happened here? What am I okay? And you can be scared. And I'm okay.
And when it happened, I was like, well, this series is over.
Right.
I seriously was.
Because that's what you're supposed to think when you're faking it. If he was faking.
If
I don't
he was
know.
faking.
No. It's big if. I saw Karl Anthony Towns get his shot blocked by Wemby. Went down like a ton of bricks, and they called it a foul. And then like, no, check this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got overturned because it was clearly a block. I mean, it was an amazing block. But now Cat's faking. He's foul baiting. The whole team's gonna be foul baiting.
So we call them the Knicks theatrical troupe, just like we did with the Thunder.
And did you see? We got the.
They were originators of this. They were the beginning of. That's why Detroit didn't like Brunson.
We got the email from, was it Bet Online, that had the voting interest of each state in the union, who they're voting for or who they're
I
rooting
didn't see
for.
that.
The betting interest on, the Knicks or Spurs, and the state of Michigan was pulling for the Knicks. Like what?
No, I don't buy that for 1 second.
I don't buy that either.
Not for 1 second. In the meantime, Game 2 of Stanley Cup Finals is tonight, Carolina and Vegas. I will say this, because we didn't get much time to dedicate much time to Game 1. The pass by Sisson to Tomas Hertl on the game-winning goal was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Skating towards the corner, blind pass out in front, right on the tape, in the slot of Hertl, who scored the game-winning goal in Game 1. I question whether or not that's I'm just throwing it out in front, or did he actually feather it between multiple defenders right onto the tape of Tomas Hertl? Because that was one of the more impressive. I mean, it's not Ernie DiGregorio 1973 Final Four for Providence against Memphis good.
No.
But what is? I mean, that was a great pass.
It was pretty impressive.
Yep. Which capped off an exciting game.
And now we got Game 2 tonight. Vegas, the upstart Vegas Knights. Oh, the little engine that could there. Playing with a third
Am I
Stanley
just getting
Cup
old
final.
because I hate everybody?
Yeah, kind of. I'm with you. But this is a Stanley Cup final that I think the NHL is like, well, we got a final. We got to promote it somehow. But Vegas and Carolina, not exactly two hotbeds for hockey, and yet both organizations have done very well lately. And obviously Vegas wasn't even an organization 10 years ago. So it's impressive what they've done. We'll see if Carolina, who's the heavy favorite, if they can even things up tonight.
Let's go to Dave in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I wanted to talk about the rooting interest of Spurs and Knicks.
Yeah.
I might be in the minority here, but I am pulling for the Knicks. I mean, I don't like them, but the reason is I can never root for Wemby because I think that the lottery was rigged, and I will die with that opinion.
Why would the league want him in one of their more remote outposts?
It just seems like the Spurs, whenever they have one bad year, they get gifted a generational player. And
That I agree with. That I agree with, Dave, because they've been a lottery 10 times. They've moved up 6 times. They've won the thing 3 times, and every time it's been with a generational player that they've won it. But I can't imagine that the league is happy about it. It's San Antonio, man. I don't know if you could name a lesser TV market in the league.
You're probably right, and I'm probably wrong, but that's just what I'm dying with.
Fair enough. Yeah, go for it. It's your theory. Own it, Dave. Take care. 248-539-9797. All right, Buster Olney got everybody talking about what he had to say about the Tigers. Hear it next here on 97.1. Help your new driver stay confident and safe. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police are giving away free safety kits and student driver magnets. Prompt extra patience from others. Claim yours at an MSP post or at callsam.com/car safety kit. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to TJ and Grand Blanc. You're next on 97.1. What's up, TJ?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right, TJ.
I'm just kind of perplexed, I guess. I understand a little bit why there's so much talk about Scoopel trades. But from a Tigers perspective, I don't understand the, excitement of going through all these different teams and their prospects, because for me, none of them excite me at all. And Gator said, two-time Cy Young a little bit in that last segment, and I just hear that and I say, why on earth would the Tigers trade him? Wouldn't they be better off spending
making the
their
best of a bad situation?
Because if you don't think you're going to be able to re-sign him, TJ, then you trade him.
But I guess, wouldn't you be still better off taking a chance of, unless Skubal straight up says, I'm not signing with you no matter what, of putting your resources towards finding a way to get a deal done versus taking a chance on a lottery ticket?
Well, you could. Yeah, TJ, you could. The problem is, in Major League Baseball's current structure, and given who his agent is, being it Scott Boras, anything the Tigers offer, he's going to take to the Dodgers or any other teams that can afford more and get more. And it's just the way it's set up right now with no salary cap. The Tigers have tried. It appears that they are nowhere close in terms of what they can afford and what he's looking for. And so if you're convinced as an organization at the end of this season you're going to lose him, making the best of the bad situation is cashing him in and try and rebuild without Skubal, because you get young, cheaper players. You can take the money that you had earmarked for Skubal and go be a player in free agency. It's definitely, if they had a chance to bring him back on a reasonable contract that they could afford and that had the right length, I think we'd all be for it. But there's plenty of feedback from Boras in the past. It's going to be really almost impossible for them to re-sign him. And, by the way, TJ, if they could re-sign him, they could also re-sign him if they trade him.
There it is. Which they did with Jack Flaherty. They traded Jack Flaherty and signed him.
They could do the Flaherty thing.
Yep.
I guess all the reports we've been getting seem to be coming from the Boras camp. I would love to see the Tigers come out and say, would it kill them just to say we want to make Skubal a Tiger for life, no matter, we're trying everything we can, but we aren't even getting those. And even Skubal, he frustrates me because he won't even say, he always just deflects any contract or trade talk, and it's just like, maybe he just doesn't want to be here, but I would like to just see the Tigers come out and say, yeah, why would we look to trade him when we can try to sign him,
Maybe they will at some time. First of all, Skubal's got to come back and healthy enough to pitch for this team in a couple of weeks. If he does and shows that, then we'll see, because the talk is going to be every week. It's going to ramp up about once he gets back to this team and shows he is who he is. It's always going to be asked and brought up about trading him and what do you get for him, or is it possible that you can sign this guy? I don't think it's possible they're going to sign him. I think Scott Boras is hell-bent on going to the highest bidder, and the Tigers can't bid as high as other teams can. That being said, there is uncertainty with the upcoming collective bargaining agreement. We don't know what that's going to mean for salaries. If there's going to be, I don't think there's going to be a salary cap, but if it imposes harsher penalties on the teams that go above a luxury threshold or a competitive balance tax, as they call it in baseball, if the penalties are harsher, then maybe those teams like the Dodgers that everybody thinks are going to sign them anyway in the offseason, maybe they're not.
Maybe they're not. And if that's the case, the Tigers are right back in the mix, whether they keep him the rest of the year or trade him at the trade deadline. If they're out of it, quite frankly, doesn't probably change their percent chance of signing him to a long-term contract,
right,
whether he's coming off a Tiger contract or finishing the year out with anybody else. It's National Cheese Day, our final important cheese question of the day.
Glad you said important.
They're all important. These are questions about cheese.
Well, cheese brings us together, man. Yep. So we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to quiz you guys real quick.
All right, yep.
Okay, do mice actually love cheese?
No.
Wow, that was a quick one. You know this for a fact, Doug, or are you just guessing?
I'm just guessing.
Gator?
Mice love cheese. They hate cinnamon.
That's tigers.
Oh.
Anyways, Doug, you are correct. Mice prefer grain, seeds, and sweet sugary foods. So
boom.
They like peanut butter.
They do like cinnamon. Mice like cinnamon. Sweet sugary foods.
What do you call the holes in Swiss cheese?
Holes.
Doug, voids.
Voids? Doug, you should know this. You love Swiss, man.
I know, right?
Gator, you're going with holes?
Holes.
Just straight holes?
I'm right.
Holes.
It's voids.
And the answer is you're both wrong. They're called eyes.
Oh.
Eyes.
That sounds gross.
Yeah.
Well, don't think of eyes. Just think of them as holes.
Baby Swiss. Think how many eyes are in Baby Swiss?
Baby eyes, too, right?
Right.
Oh, man. Spell Parmigiano Reggiano.
Ragano.
So the Parmesan part?
Yeah.
Parmigiano?
He just skipped over that.
Parm.
I thought you said or Reggiano.
No.
Oh, okay. I chose Reggiano.
Parm. Parm. Is it ASIANO?
Sound the bell. Bing. That's wrong.
Oh. Well, then I don't sound. You sound about when it's right. Now when
that's
it's
not
wrong.
what they do.
No, it's
You
when
get
it's
a
wrong.
buzzer
They do
when
it
it's
when it's
wrong.
wrong with the
Yeah.
spelling bee.
Doug knows.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. It's
Did I get the end right?
No, not close.
What'd you say, Reggie?
Yeah.
It's like REGGIAN.
Yeah, you're close. REGGIANO.
Yeah,
Did you say that?
I said that.
So it's Parma and then Sean, SEAN. No?
All right, one fun one then. How's this? What's your favorite fake cheese flavored snack? I use fake cheese in air quotes there. Because, it's.
Oh, yeah, I
you know
got
what
you.
I'm talking about.
Doritos.
Cheese
Doritos?
popcorn.
Oh, cheese popcorn.
Cheese
There you go.
popcorn.
Those are easy, yeah.
Or old school Cheetos.
Ooh.
Love cheese popcorn.
I got to go with Cheetos, number one. But number two, sour cream and onion cheddar cheese chips. You know, those the
yeah.
Ruffles ones?
Yep.
I like the
Oh,
Ruffles.
yeah, familiar with that. I may or may not have a canister at home. Just in case of an emergency.
I'm going to guess you do.
I do.
National Cheese Day. It's got us thinking about a lot of stuff. So, very, very excited. Are you leave here and you celebrate in some way? Do you got anything planned then with
I had
cheese?
to break open that canister of,
I think
sour cream and honey potato chips.
we might do Mexican street corn tonight.
Oh, look out.
I would suspect that Mike and Rico are going to talk about nothing but cheese for the next 4 hours.
What's interesting is I heard the guys talking out there. It's actually a combination. You talk about the lotte corn with the mayonnaise. They're all about mayonnaise today.
A lot of mayonnaise talk. All right. That is straight ahead. Thanks for listening. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Lions coach Dan Campbell announced that this year's 5th-round draft pick, Kendrick Law, tore his ACL in practice Tuesday during a non-contract drill. He was also asked of his confidence level that they'll be able to get what they expect out of Kirby Joseph this season. He also said that DJ Reed is moving around well after his injury for spring. The Packers have inked receiver Christian Watson to a 4-year, $110 million deal. The Tigers are off this afternoon. They await the Seattle Mariners tomorrow at Comerica Park. The Mets snapped Seattle's 8-game winning streak yesterday. It'll be a strong pitching matchup in Game 1. Brian Wu against Framber Valdez. ESPN baseball expert Buster Olney said earlier they're telling teams as of now they're not selling. The fan who ran on the court late in last night's NBA Finals game looking for his selfie has been given a lifetime ban for all the league's arenas. The NBA also banned another fan for his involvement in the incident. The Stanley Cup Finals continue tonight. The Knights lead 1-0 over the Hurricanes as an 8 o'clock puck drop. Carolina sticking with Frederick Anderson in goal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello. We have got, I feel like we are in a apple orchard of sports topics and we just keep reaching up and there are just more apples and topics. Jeremy Otto with a very professional update.
Topics are like
just picking the orchard, my man.
They're like they're plentiful, like Otto's kids.
And who knows, maybe one more will pop up before day's end. Wouldn't shock me the way Otto operates.
Well, yeah, he said he had a great weekend.
All right, so I can't believe this is our lead, but you're right to do it, along with what was in Otto's update. Mm-hmm. So I've been told by David, you'd like to ask me a question. I will answer said question. This is how it was explained to me by our executive pastor producer, David Hall. I just want to jump right into it.
Well, Mike, yesterday I asked the listeners the question after the sweep. The Tigers scored 25 runs in Tampa. They swept the first place Tampa Rays.
Who were 2-8 in their last 10.
Hey, you were awful. You won 3 games. You take what you get, okay?
Cool. Stephen Matz.
Okay.
All right, carry on.
And I asked people, hey, what's that line? What is that line that, you know what, if you do this, I'll start believing again? Because there's 60% of the people are probably somewhere in limbo. They want to write this team off, but if the team shows a pulse, they will come back. I'm going to ask you a different question.
I don't get the what will it take for me to believe?
You can answer that one.
All right.
You can answer that one.
It's a golden corral of questions, yes.
Are you encouraged by what happened with the 3 games, or does it tick you off what happened with the 3 games?
Oh, wow.
Are you encouraged that they won 3 games? Hey, maybe this team's going to be okay. But are you discouraged because now they believe in themselves?
No. Now, sports topic apple orchard. Now we get Buster Olney saying the Tigers are telling teams they won't trade Skubal. They're telling teams as of right now they're not selling. The sweep of the Rays could fuel their hopes of climbing back. Okay.
The Tigers won again.
Yeah, I don't care. All right, I want to make sure I do this right, because if I snap answer this, our Evan's video co-captain John in LA is, he'll have his pants around his ankles.
You can take a second.
Videos. No, I want to be tactical because you kind of set me up for a fail.
I wonder where I learned that.
I know, right? I learned it by watching you. I am neither encouraged or what was the term used? Angered?
Yeah.
I'm neither. Let me say that. I think what they did in Tampa is irrelevant to the question. Everything with baseball is you have to zoom out. It's not like college football or NFL. It's not even like the NBA. There's 162 games. So I look at a team that's been swept 6 times by the time the calendar went June 1. all I do mentally is go, okay, would my opinion of this team be different had they swept the Red Sox and got swept by the Rays? They'd be in the same place. Then I go, okay, well, what effect did this sweep have? Did the Guardians go to New York and get swept? Did we pick up a couple of games? Shout out Stevie Y. No and no. Because the Guardians went to New York and beat the brakes off the Yankees. Mm-hmm. So I'm neither. I think if we factor in the sweep contributing to Buster Olney's report, then I get upset. No, want to be careful. We're in a good mood. Then I get annoyed.
Okay.
Agitated.
Good answer.
Because my thoughts of the Tigers, and I don't like when organizations do this. That as an organization, I really think they enjoy their own scent a little too much. They as an organization, they kind of admire their bathroom sessions. How on God's green earth could a collection of borderline Ivy League educated people take a 3-game set against a scuffling, albeit good team? Well, my thought about Tampa Bay.
But they're fake. They're first in the East.
Food and clothes and car. I don't care. You can't take 3 games out of 162 and do an organizational pivot. I just don't believe in it. They were a 500 team before injuries truly ravaged them, right? What's 500 going to get you?
500 gets you, I think they finished with 73 or 74 wins. If they play 500 ball from here on out.
There you go. So nowhere near good enough.
Yeah. They go 50 and 50.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if I said, okay, I'll give them a few more. 86 is the gold standard to make the playoffs. So now we can go back to your question of all right, what would it take? And I gotta factor in Skubal. Yeah. You can't trade Skubal in 10 minutes. I think that's weeks of talks. By July 15th, a full 2 weeks before the deadline, 5 games out of first.
Yeah, we had a caller who said that. I think it was the first caller we had. I forgot his name.
I want to say 4, and there's a reason. I always feel like if you want me to believe in you, I need to know that by the time the next series you play is over, you could vault into a tie or be out by a game. But Rico, I'm not knocking a team for winning, but I'm also, before I left, I did say 2 things, right? I said, Tampa and the Tigers is my version of baseball hell. Because I think it's
in all fairness.
It's a garbage approach to the sport. It's why Tampa will never win a World Series. It's why you won't win a World Series playing the way you play. You just won't. But it's 2 teams who think they're smarter than everybody, and we're doing the optionality tango. Cool. No one's interested. The other side was, I said to you, I am not convinced that even after that White Sox series, I said this Monday, I'm not convinced they're going to trade Skubal. Much easier for Scott Harris to sell his owner hope, and we can be in this, and we're going to sell out games, and it's much easier to do that than what? Stand up from the Coney and tell your owner, I have to put my ass in the jackpot, you're going to pay for it, and I'm going to have to trade the best arm we'll ever have. Because the product of that trade, much like Avila, will go a long way in defining whether I get to have a job. Mm-hmm. I haven't seen anything from Scott Harris suggestive he's ready for that. Sorry, haven't seen it.
No, as a matter of fact, according to Buster Olney, they're not trying to trade him.
That's why I read the quote, brother. So it's a complicated question.
It is.
And I never wanted to write them off because of, hey, there's 115 games. There's 105 games.
Oh, well, like I said, you didn't. But in the grand scope of things, 20% of the people, they've written this team off. There's nothing they can do.
And they're not wrong.
20% of the people, no matter what they do, they're going to go to the games. They're Tigers fans. How dare you not believe?
Well, they're jackasses too.
It's the 60% in the middle who they passively watch. They check their phone for the score. They want us. They tune into us to see what happened. You're not going to take away my time and steal my joy, but if you start winning again,
you can get me back.
You can get me back.
Yeah. But I just think my point to the people, 3 games is not start winning. Like, it's because of 162 games. And I'm not telling you I'm right. I view things in like 10-game increments.
Well, that's where I was. I included yesterday's game, and I said, okay, you got Seattle coming here, you got Minnesota here, and then you're at Cleveland. Including yesterday's game, go 8-2.
Right,
and I'll listen to you.
It would be a
Win the
bounce back.
series.
But here's the other part, and I'm. This is where I think it's important to be like, okay, the sweep is cool in a vacuum. You didn't gain any ground. Would you get a half game because Cleveland was idle 2 days ago? What are we talking about? And it's not like Cleveland was playing, the Sacramento A's, or they were playing the Yankees in the Bronx. Swept them. So here's my thing. The longer form question is, what would it take to get back? I probably need a month. I need inverse May. Is that wrong?
You agree with the crack pass.
That's exactly what I said yesterday. They won 5 games in May. They have to flip it and lose 5 games in June.
Yeah, or
you're
like
asking for 21-5.
But no. Like, how about like 18-7? You need a month where you claw back to 500 because they're so far below 500. But here's what I would prefer if it's good with you guys. I'll have any conversation you want. I love all our stuff today. The only thing is the thing I'm agitated about. I don't know if it's true. I'm not saying that Buster wasn't told that. But do you expect me to believe that a group of allegedly very intelligent people who think very highly of themselves, after 3 games, we're not trading Scuba? That's tough for me.
Maybe it's because of how they won the 3 games, Mike, because I think we broke down the number. The 25 runs they scored was 10% of the runs that they've scored all year in just that 3 days.
Right, which anomaly much?
So, it could be as this, the ball flies when it's hot outside.
I want to ask the Scooble question to people because maybe they just want to buy time with the comment. Maybe by telling only we're not selling on June 4th. That's why I'm not upset. I'm annoyed. There's a difference. There's a difference between frustration and anger.
Right.
I'm frustrated. I would trade him as early as possible to set the market, to take the pro-rated amount of his contract and boost what I get back, and to do right by the organization. I don't think there's anyone out there who believes they're winning a World Series. Even when I said they could get there, I think you'll get your ass kicked. But get there. I mean, Lord knows you haven't won a World Series in basically 50 years. And you haven't been to one in what seems like 50, but it's 14 years. Rico, I just don't see a world you don't trade him. Now, if they were 10 games up, what did we say? You were the one saying it. Go all in around them. They did exactly that. We're not having the convo. I just don't see a world you're not at least starting dialogue with teams. Hey, we're not ready to do this, but if we did, what would it look like? I really hope to God that Olney's wrong. The problem is, the group down there, they love their own scent.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, baby.
All right, David, save it. Tell us how you feel.
I'll tell you next.
Next.
Okay, then.
97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All June long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, guys, there's so many more that they're not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet to drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. You can find a wish list about this under the tab at HamiltonChevrolet.com. Your donation is going to make the difference. Then you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy like the June Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $269 a month for 36 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is bring in $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Drop off some pet-friendly supplies as well. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's Buster Olney. I'm not going to get angry about something that hasn't happened yet. I'm not angry that they're not trading him on June 4th. I would only get upset if it's July 4th and they're still under 500, and I'm hearing that. So let me be just clear. It's frustrating because I admit, and I'm being totally candid with my audience, I've had my fill. I don't enjoy watching them play. They're a zillion games under 500. They're what, 11 games out of first? I just need a lot in order to re-engage. But I'm not mad they're not going to trade him on June 4th. It would be unheard of to make a trade like that on June 4th. I'm just frustrated because I know, how about this? And we even said this. They were so unsustainably bad for basically 5 weeks. They were on pace to win 59 games. That's ridiculous. There's no world this team is that bad. Right. That's Colorado Rockies bad. But it happened. They were naturally going to start winning more games. Right. Now, how much more to get you back, that's different.
Or option C, that's baseball.
There is an element of that too. And baseball's weird and it's wild. And, you and I always talk about playoffs are very coin flippy until you get in a 7-game set. And then I do. I think talent wins and you're dead. But bottom line, where are people with the Skubal thing? Only they can answer it. I'm tired. I admit it. If he came back, pitched 3 times and pitched like an all-star, I want him traded. But that's weeks away.
But if they came back, pitched like an all-star, 3 games, and they win.
Right, well, that's the problem.
Now you're closer to making the playoffs.
Yeah, but see,
not.
that's also the delusion, admiring their own scent. Look, you are what you are. I can't change it. And none of it's fair. Nothing's fair about Skubal dying or Verlander dying or, look, but the bottom line is before Skubal got hurt, before Glaber got hurt, before the big injuries, you were a 500 team. True. You weren't good.
True.
David, go ahead. I'm sorry, dude.
No, you're good. Here's the thing. The language that Buster Olney speaks in that clip we just played and in the tweet says that the Tigers are informing teams that they're not trading him now. And it's based on the sweep of the Rays is what he says in his tweet. I believe they're hiding behind the 3-game sweep. I don't think they were ever going to trade Tarik Skubal, no matter what the results.
What did I say?
Whether they were winning this year or losing this year, they were never trading Tarik Skubal. And I think now they're using this and hiding behind it and say, see, we're not going to do it now, but they were never going to do it.
And we just talked about, David, it's not personal or nasty. I have no evidence that Scott Harris is prepared to do big boy things, to do what a Dombrowski does, right? Or to do, and forgive me, the name escapes me. I'm sorry, guys. San Diego's GM, the way they've done things.
AJ Preller.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Like, you got to show me. Oh, the Missouri show me state. It's true, though. If he trades Skubal, his ass is in the jackpot. Mm-hmm. Much easier to go, we can get back in this, run him out there.
We're in a bad division.
Tell the fans you tried, and then point the finger at Boris.
Right.
Much easier. Because you got to go to your owner and say, we're going to trade him, and by the way, you got to write a check with it. So I've never been convinced they're dealing him. What I want and what is real are 2 different things. That's all. Right. But I never could write them off because baseball is stupid. In a lot of ways, playing 162 games of anything is stupid. Mm-hmm. Well, that's baseball. And stupid games, stupid prizes. And sometimes you can have a month where you go 5-20 and then you go 20-5 and you're okay. We're back to what? Even? I also don't believe.
Or you could have half a season where you're the first to 50.
There you go.
And then you could have the other half of the season where.
I also look, the other problem, and this is where fans don't see it for what it is. You can do your job, but when you dig a hole this big, you said they had what? 100 games left?
99.
Okay, so 99 games left. Let's just back up the truck and call it 100 for just math.
Include yesterday.
I hate math. I'll give them the win. If you want to get to 86 wins, you have to win 62 games. 62-38 over a 100-game run. To get to 86, which is the gold standard of making the playoffs. Rico. I wouldn't predict any team from here to Chavez Ravine to go 62-38 over the next 100.
Yeah.
I just can't do that.
You got to play 610 baseball.
Can't do it. That's me, though.
So, yeah, a little over 600 baseball.
But, David, what do the texters have? Yeah, I'd say callers, but again, I truly believe, right, wrong, or otherwise, Rico's nailed it. There's only 10% of fans or 20% of fans that are truly engaged with this baseball team. 80% of people at one level or another have tuned out. That's why you're never going to get calls, which, frankly, and I'm not being disrespectful, I don't give a rat's ass if we get calls on this. I'm happy to have the conversation.
Oh, we know what the thing was. We got a lot of calls yesterday.
Sure.
People were, it was fresh off the win and
No
a lot
doubt.
of,
but the Scooble thing, people are tired.
Now,
and that's where I don't think
that's where, you know what? I don't want to do this. I don't want to ride this
Correct.
ride. I don't want to ride this
We
roller
have two
coaster.
topics today
It's just
that
going
are
to make me sick.
We have two topics today that are arguably my favorite topics that we talked about pre-show. I don't expect calls and I don't care. It's this and the college football Nick Saban thing. The conversation is what counts, especially when 95% of your audience as a radio host is never going to call your show. Fun radio fact. David, go ahead.
Guys, just wait till they go on a win streak of like 10, next 12, and cue up the Buzz Lightyear because the stupid Disney movie is about to start rolling again. Someone else texts in and says, I'm definitely in that 60%. Not watching on TV. I'll listen on the radio, though, in the car, but I'm not paying close attention. But if they win 10 of 12, 15 of 18 or something, then I'll be back.
You're a passive fan, and I understand. You know what? Earn my time. Earn me watching this team actively.
The Tigers sweep, fellas. It feels like a terrible NFL team, the Jets, leading in the first half. The manager comes out and says, we're not trading anyone. And then the second half starts.
I think the timing of the report is less than ideal if you're a realist, but it is very predictable. They don't want to trade Scooble. I zoom out for, again, I'm sorry to be repetitive. It just, do you really think the GM who begged his owner to spend money and got the blank checkbook and got the top 10 payroll wants to walk back into the principal's office and say that not only do I have to trade the best thing we have, I need more of your money as I send it to another team? Look, even the most salty war dog GM in sports doesn't want to have that conversation. No. Scott Harris, by all intents and purposes, is still in learning on the job phase. Hate to break that to people. And if you think that's disrespectful, no. Shout out Cat Williams. You've told me the same thing about Brad Holmes. You can't compare him to Howie Roseman or Les Snead because they didn't win a Super Bowl in the same amount of time. They were still learning. Be careful. I'm the first guy to turn that sword right against you and drive it through your spine. David, go ahead.
Harris has yet to demonstrate that he has the you-know-whats to make a real deal involving risk.
Thank you.
It's the easiest thing in the world to sit back and watch your draft picks develop because it takes years and most people don't track it.
Yep. That nailed it. And again, anything, not exclusively, but a vast majority of his free agency has been a complete disaster.
They have to go 19-5 to get one game over 500 by July. So I'm supposed to believe this team will win every series and sweep a few in the next month? Ha ha, he said.
Or you could go the long route. No, we had a caller.
Was that virtual Kenny?
We had a caller who said, you know what, you could do the long game and you gain 3 games per month. So that by the time September rolls around, now you're looking for that one series.
But
you go against the Guardians, you win that series, and you're in first.
Can I offer you the flaw?
Yeah.
The flaw is the trade deadline's July 31st.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you want to try to set your organization up for success in a post-lockout world, losing Scooble for 0, that borders on criminal. We were accepting of it if they were chasing a World Series. Buddy, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You're 11 games out of first. What? How do I sell that to the listeners? I don't even think Doug could sell that to the listeners, respectfully. There's no world. Not even the king of Metamora, the Gov, could sell that to the listeners. And nobody capes up for the Tigers more. Exactly. So glad we got that drop in today. We do have a lot of other stuff. I'm glad we started with this because I think the sweep at least shows you there's a pulse and maybe gives you a reason to watch tomorrow night, but there's not much beyond it for me. Just swap out getting swept by the Red Sox. You're in the same place, call it a day. What's the difference? Seriously.
No, I understand, but the fact that they swept it was the Rays. And the Rays sitting at the top of the East, I know they're not playing well lately, but they're still sitting on top.
Yeah.
And Mike, the first game was a struggle, 10-9 game. But then after that, 8-0 and 7-2, it was like, wow.
All right, then
that was true belt to ass.
They're back. They're going to the World Series. They're back. No, but you see the folly in saying it? Like, it just, baseball, it tests your patience, and it doesn't allow you to overreact as much as we want to. So even me, who's the more highly, like, caustic and emotional of the two of us, I wasn't able to write them off all along the way. The White Sox series, what did I say to you? What do you want? Guys, what am I supposed to do with this? Yeah, they're probably toast.
Yeah.
But I didn't go, that's it, we're doing a funeral, write the eulogy. And I also said, I don't know that they're trading school.
No, for me, I became passive when it was after the Angels. Like,
that was your Waterloo.
I was like, dude, you can't beat them. Yeah, maybe try something else.
We'll get
some insurance.
We'll get to the people. We do have a lot to discuss, including a super positive update on Kirby Joseph. I mean, the positivity was seeping out of Dan Campbell. We're going to talk about it.
But he was throwing T-shirts in the crowd at Chrysler.
Got it. 97.1. Let me take care of some business here. Warm weather shows up. Everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers. It's chaos. It just is. The quality of driving in this state. People make fun of Florida. Well, then consider this God's waiting room. We're terrible here. And if you get in an accident, you're in deep duty because the insurance company's way ahead of you. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Top of the hour, we got some Dan Campbell audio, and it's a difficult question, but you're going to get two options, and it's going to be which one of these is more true. And look, I think it is not a developing story, but it's something that is going to be a backdrop to the Lions season. I think it plays a major role in what they can be. We'll get to it in a little bit. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's good, buddy? How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
What's the word?
So, David, I think I talked to you yesterday, and I told you this. So, for me, it makes no sense to keep Scooble because he's been injured so much. It would be better if they traded him and got the maximum capital that they can get now rather than later, then put that capital into building this team up and better developing the team, getting better bats. That would be the smart move. However, in this town, managers don't make smart moves. That's where I'm at with the Tigers team.
Well, look, the trading of Scooble, to me, I have to be shown Scott Harris is either willing to put his job on the line, and that's what happens when you make moves like that, or a report that he's forced to trade him because ownership is not going to pay him, and it's ridiculous to lose him for free. Matt, that's why I've had doubts. And it's just easier to keep him and sell hope than it is to pull the plug, rip the Band-Aid off, and do what's difficult. And look, they're buying time. Here's what I would do, Matt. I would be willing to bet if they had another rough week or two, you ain't going to be hearing any more Buster Olney reports. I think they're just buying time with it. That's why I'm not angry about it.
No, I understand. And then just off topic, because I remember, you talk about going to Boston a lot, and that's where I'm at because I travel for my job.
Yeah.
What's like a good restaurant out here that you would recommend?
Hold on. Matty, go on hold. And I'll do this during the break. I can't do this to all of Metro Detroit, but just sit tight. I got you covered. We'll get you.
Just be ready, Matt.
We'll get you handled. All right. We'll take care of business on the side there. It's a great town. David, the text, please.
Hey, get your notebook, man. He's
Right. We're going to take care of business in an effective manner.
There's only one city in the continental United States that he does not know anything about.
Oh, let me hear this. What's that?
No, you said it. Seattle.
I don't.
Did I lie?
I'd like to say that Rico was right. I know. You know what it is? The Pacific Northwest does not interest me. It's hippies and losers. I want nothing to do with it.
Cold and rain.
And ginger quarterbacks.
Okay, it's not necessarily cold and rain. It's actually kind of cool because the temperature stays between 55 and 75 all year round.
I hate that.
Yeah, rain and hippies.
55.
Why don't we just sell it to Canada?
That's the middle of winter.
All right,
that.
let's move on.
You're right.
Bring back the
You're right.
Supersonics. Okay, next. David.
Harris hasn't done anything.
But they throw fish at the pike.
Harris hasn't done anything other than bumble through trades and free agent signings since he's been here. How can anyone expect he'll do anything to help the big league club post the lockout? Someone else texts in and says Scott Harris has known what Scooble's price would be for a year now. He's watched value drop since Tarek Scooble won the Cy Young the second time. If he had the stones and savvy to trade him, he would have done it before this season.
Mm-hmm. Remember, I told you I wasn't convinced. Remember.
The Tigers will never trade Scooble. They make decisions out of fear. He should have been traded last year because they were never re-signing him, but here we are. How do we know that Harris isn't looking to keep Scooble so he can have the early compensation pick? Oh, boy, that good old thing.
Like, hey, don't knock it. Don't knock it.
The early compensation pick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Tigers talk is so thrilling.
That's
you
me
boys
knocking it.
deserve the Macaroni Award for having to do this each day. What is your how many games out threshold to trade Scooble or trade him no matter what? That is Josh in a car.
Listen, I think unless you believe you're winning a World Series or you have a serious bid to get there, I'd be, after what's taken place, I would just trade him. It's not about feelings, and it's not about fairness. You could say it's very unfair what's happened to this team. But I think it's equally unfair to just say, well, it's not all injuries. They were a 500 team before all this happened. You just stop with the Parker Meadows stuff.
Someone texts in and says, glad to hear the Seattle opinion. I am headed there for 10 days on Tuesday, and I'm not looking forward to it.
It's you know what? It's a scenic town. If you like outdoor things, you will like Seattle. If that's not your cup of tea, then you'll hate it.
Bobby's sitting next to me today. Kenny's out, and Bobby loves Seattle. He loves the Pacific Northwest.
I mean, you're driving down the
Because
freeway.
he's a hippie with a ponytail. Get the hell out of here, Bobby.
I lived in Portland for a year.
Oh, well, why does that not surprise me?
I mean, you drive down the freeway and there's Mount Rainier. It's like, wow, it's beautiful.
Ooh.
It's gorgeous.
It is.
Then go. You and Bobby get in a van and get the hell out of here.
I've gone, did a one-day trip, and I came back.
Their sports fans suck. They got a ginger quarterback.
And then,
out.
it boils down. Their sports fans are great. The 12th man for the Seahawks.
Bunch of nerds who don't know anything about ball. Get out.
They got a Super Bowl
They embraced
title.
Russell Wilson. You should be in fan jail for that.
Well, if you win, I guess you can embrace anyone, but I hear what you're saying. Your point is valid.
Yes, the rich
It's
tradition
Russell
of
Wilson.
We embrace
Kraken hockey.
Lions fans embrace Joey.
No, they did
No,
not.
they
They
did
hated
not.
Joey. Another weirdo
For a
from the
year.
Northwest.
For a year.
They hated Joey Harrington.
Hey, guys, I'm going to play the piano.
Man had culture.
David?
Oh, these people are loving your opinion on Seattle. Seattle's absolutely sucks, someone says.
Yep.
Someone did text in and say, yes, it is beautiful. I agree with Rico. Great scenery there. No.
Like, if you like outdoors, like Mike, no, not for you, but Jansen would love Seattle. He's not a hippie.
Send him there.
No, he wouldn't like Seattle. Jansen purports to be John Rambo. Yeah, okay. What you think he'd? Yeah, John and
he
hippies
would go and rule Seattle.
Okay. Yeah, we're just seeing it differently.
Man,
hey, I'm John Jansen. I like tobacco. Okay, cool. Yeah, that really fits in Seattle. Sure.
What does Seattle do to you?
Got any beef sticks? No, we have hemp. I mean, what are we talking about? What is happening
How
here?
did we get here?
I don't know. This is what happens when your baseball team's 11 out.
That's what somebody actually just texted. We talking about Seattle? Well, baseball team sucks. There you go.
Jeez.
Man, look, I like the fact that they have a real monorail system, not just going around in a circle. They got great fans, great stadiums.
Okay, if the bar for public transportation is Detroit, dude, there are countries in Africa that lap us. Seriously. There are third world. I bet you Ghana has better public transportation than we have here. Okay, bar cleared. Kazakhstan. Jesus, Rico. My God, you're caping up for Seattle as something.
I'm not caping up for Seattle. It's just like you're acting like it is the worst city in the world. Like,
I don't like it.
It's really not. You haven't been there.
Because I know I don't like it. Why is this happening? You know what?
Go to
No.
Seattle once.
No,
have your opinion.
UW kicked our ass. I'm salty. Leave me alone. Hey, it's FanDuel. Better payouts on SGPs. Hey, maybe Rico will play a I Love Seattle SGP.
No, Cal Rowley's not playing.
Wouldn't matter if he was. He stinks this year. Okay, same game parlays the NBA postseason. Rico's Knicks are up 1-0 in the finals. Bing bong. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. You know, who doesn't value Seattle? Play your game. 21 and up at present in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, hit the music, David. Let's do some business. Go ahead. God help us. What now?
So let's go through some MVP
my
conversation here regarding the NFL. Yes, we are less than 100 days away. So I'm going to read off a name, and you're just going to say yay or nay. I'm not going to tell you where they are on betting and all this other stuff. Just yay or nay on if this guy should be in the MVP conversation in 2026.
Okay, if it's a quarterback, my answer will be yes, because this stupid award only values.
That's the
Go ahead.
problem that I have with the list. It's nothing but quarterbacks. They don't give this award to anybody else. So let's start with Jordan Love, the Green Bay Packer quarterback.
You said Jordan Love? Whoops, Jordan Love?
Jordan Love, yes.
Yes, because he plays for the Packers. He's going to throw it 1,000,000 times, and he has gaudy TD to INT numbers.
No,
now,
you're right.
Do I think he wins it? No, but David's question is, would he be in the conversation? Here's the other part. It doesn't matter what Lion fans think of the Packers. It doesn't matter what we think. They are consensus a borderline top 5 team in this league. I can't change that. I have to answer the question yes, even though it bothers me, and Jim Costa will be upset.
Now, this little thing they have here does say that he did have the 3rd QBR in last year, and they believe that he would have to be more pass heavy in this offense.
He probably would, and maybe he does, because I don't know what's going to happen with his running back and his legal problems. But yeah, he doesn't throw a lot of picks. I could see that, and now that he's locked up his receiver for a while in Watson, maybe he'll feel more comfortable.
Your guy, Mike, you believe in this team, so let's talk about the quarterback, Justin Herbert, Los Angeles Chargers.
Rico, get the whistle, or get the frozen DiCaprio.
No,
this is my Titanic, and I'm gonna freeze I'm gonna die.
But MVP?
Yes. Wow. Jim Harbaugh is going to the Super Bowl this year, and Justin Herbert's gonna take him there. I'm going down with the ship.
David, I look at Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow as the Spider-Man meme. They are two people that everybody wants to win this thing. They are two people that if everything breaks right, trust me, it's going to happen. It hasn't, but I can see where you're going with that.
I'm just telling you.
It's possible.
Plus,
because if everything falls into place with the Chargers.
And Harbaugh's got some kind of blood oath with Satan. I'm convinced.
Now, my only problem is the offense just going to be so run heavy that he won't put up good enough numbers?
Will it or won't it? New offensive coordinator is Mike McDaniel.
Another weirdo. Okay.
So next guy, let's have a conversation about in Dallas. He always gets talked about.
No, Dak
Prescott.
No, I can't do it.
Now, Dak is the opposite. Dak will put up gaudy numbers.
Yes, he does.
Dak, I'm going to say yes, David. He may not win, but he'll end up like second because you can't deny the numbers. That it's like video game type numbers. He stays healthy, he'll have the representation there.
He just needs a defense to kind of make the team better.
He really does.
His numbers are already
hold on, time out.
Even if the defense is bad, he just has to go out there and throw for more yards.
But we got distractions. Now did he make nice with his baby mama? What's the story there? There was a lot of drama.
They broke up.
Listen, no
He's
MVP.
free.
Nah, he's got 2 kids. Listen, a lot of problems there.
See, I'm
I'm out.
No, I'm thinking he'll have a better year because
that's where DiCaprio does it right. No kids.
He can do his thing now.
Clean breaks.
Right. He doesn't have to worry about cheating on her because they're not going to get married. So there you go.
But what about the kids? They're not there to say hi when he comes home.
I can write a check. I'll hire a nanny.
Oh, wow. You're 50 Cent, huh?
Well, Tom Brady never said hi to his kids when he came home. So what does that matter?
Like, who's this guy? That's your father, Tom.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Let's move over to privileged quarterback in San Francisco.
You know what? See,
Brock
I don't
Purdy.
understand. What? Can we get a little more passion?
I'm going to surprise you. I'll say yes. It is a bounce back year for the Niners. I just think when you play for a brand, which the Niners are, you play for a team that has a right to believe they can win a division. And if Brock Purdy gets a signature win over the Rams, who are now allegedly a transformer, I could see it. Plus, this is where I'll get negative. The media really simps for Brock Purdy. Oh, look, he's such an innocent little guy. He's a dork who drives a combine. I hate him.
He throws a touchdown pass, David.
I hate him.
And then he goes out and hits the Dougie. You got to give it to him.
Oh,
for that.
yeah.
I hate
Substation.
Come on, man. He hits the. What other quarterbacks out there doing the Dougie?
Power plant. I hope his head falls off.
Wow.
I hate him so much, but I tried for you to be realistic. I'll say yes.
Why do you hate him? Seattle reason?
He's annoying. No, I don't like it when the media just.
So Brock Purdy.
He's like an
Mina
industry
Kimes.
plant.
Brock Purdy, Mina Kimes.
Purdy.
Next call.
I can't. I don't know. Honestly, Brock Purdy's the John Fanta of the NFL. He's an industry plant.
He is not an industry
Can't
plant.
take anymore.
He rose up from the top, from the bottom. I mean,
Right. Okay.
Next guy on the list.
Ugh.
From the Baltimore Ravens.
No.
One, Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, because it's like sympathy at this point.
Sympathy.
Yeah, it's like the commercials for $1 a day. You can feed these dogs.
yes, he's done it before. He can do it again.
He's fake. You know what?
He's
Wait,
another plant.
I can change my answer. They've already given him the award. They know he's ass in the playoffs. Now he'll never get one again. Strike the record. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
His new offensive coordinator is Declan Doyle, who came from Chicago. So maybe he has a little Ben Johnson in him.
No, I think that was Ben Johnson's offense.
Was it? You sure?
Yeah, and guess what?
Just like we found out last year, Lions offense was Ben Johnson's.
Lamar can't execute Ben Johnson's offense. How about that?
Whoa.
He can't.
He's
not a pocket quarterback. He's not an on-time passer. No.
But he's an upgraded version of Caleb.
No, he's not. Right, okay, timeout. Right here, right now, you can have Lamar or Caleb today for your team. Are you seriously taking Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
No way. Caleb took a huge leap forward by actually getting coaching last year. I think Caleb will be even better this year. I know he's a goofball. Let it go.
Lamar's already won an MVP, Mike.
Who cares?
Lamar has already won division. The only thing he hasn't won is the Super Bowl.
Oh, he can't even get there.
Okay. Neither can this next guy David's about to say.
Josh Allen.
There you go.
It's another John Fanta award. It's like everyone just loves this guy, and
So
I don't.
now, is he going to win because he got married and has a kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone loves him and his new famous wife.
Right.
I'll say he'll be in there. He's America's darling, but he's turning into Lamar. He's basically Lamar too.
Yeah. Josh
Playoffs
Allen.
come around. Where are you at, man?
Josh, he can win it, and then he'll appear in Sinners too.
I don't know what that means, but we'll go with it.
And I'll close it out. He is currently the leader on FanDuel at plus 600, Josh Allen.
Serious.
Now that's the one that I think everybody is rooting for because you just feel
I'm not
bad
rooting for him.
because every
Never.
year they find a way to. Like last year was your year to go to the Super Bowl. Everybody fell down. Path was clear. You didn't make it.
That is your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Thursday, brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. According to Mark Stein, the Dallas Mavericks have reached out to Michigan basketball coach Dusty May about their head coaching position. He said it's unknown whether May will end up being a full-fledged candidate, but he thinks they may go with a candidate already in the pros. Lions coach Dan Campbell back at the podium as well this morning as OTAs roll out. Kendrick Law, a receiver picked in the 5th round this year, is already done for the year after tearing his ACL on Tuesday. Campbell also offered an update on DJ Reed in the secondary. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing says that Penei Sewell looks like, if not one of the best tackles in football after switching from the right to the left following Taylor Decker's departure as well. The Tigers have the night off before starting a series against the Seattle Mariners tomorrow. Earlier, Buster Olney said Detroit is telling teams they're not looking to sell at this time. The Stanley Cup Finals roll along tonight. Vegas has a 1-0 lead over the Hurricanes despite giving up 5 goals in Game 1 and slipping in general the last 6. Hurricanes coach Ron Brindamore says he's not worried about Frederick Anderson in goal. Puck drop tonight at 8. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, good to have you. We talk Tigers in hour 1. We got to turn our attention to what I think is a major story, but you guys, the listener, will determine that. I want to play for you some Dan Campbell. OTAs, the mysterious, this is really Rico's purview, some form of like space, galaxy, UFO mystery thing.
Oh, okay.
AKA Kirby Joseph's knee.
Oh, I thought it was aliens. Okay.
It may as well be, because I want you to listen to this, and I want you to tell me, A, something or nothing. And then I have a question I want to ask the listener, because I know where I'm at with this. Again, this doesn't mean I'm right. It's not like I'm a doctor who's examined his knee. But you simply, on June 4th, little over a month from camp, if this is the update we're getting, after an offseason of dude may not play, the internet doctors who are actual doctors saying, he ain't going to be who he was. He sure as hell ain't going to live out that deal, ... Listen to, and I want to say this, and I mean it as a compliment. Dan Campbell may be a lot of things. A liar is not one of them. He tells you how he feels. This is Dan Campbell on the prognosis for Kirby Joseph. Take a listen. Here's my response. Okay, here, please. Like, I'm not a doctor, and I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express. Rico, my initial response to that, I'd be lying to my audience if I didn't say, he's done. You can't come out with that on June 4th and go, guys, we've done everything we can do.
Yeah.
And we're kind of nursing it along, and
he's done everything he can do.
Right. And then we won't push it till we have to, and then we'll not. He's done. How else am I supposed to take that? If you're upset at that commentary, call in and tell me, how else am I supposed to take that? The head coach, it's June 4th.
And he sounds defeated. He sounds frustrated. He sounds like, guys, we've tried everything. Kirby's tried everything. It's not reacting the way that we do. And yeah, if the season were to start now, it sounds as if, he ain't playing. Now, do you have some months in between time? Yeah, but Mike, you've had a bunch of months since he got injured, and it doesn't sound like he's football ready.
Injuries in 2026 are not murky. There are timelines, there are established procedures. It takes something really weird to be an injury that's weird, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense.
We have been concerned about the Kirby Joseph thing from jump. And this is part of my reason where I laugh at everyone doing the whole easy schedule thing, and I'm like, are either of your safeties going to be alive? One dude's coming off an Achilles. The other dude may never play again. And now you finally get the update. And all we can do is go by the updates we're given. What is your confidence in the following? What is more likely true? That is Kirby Joseph going to be a Pro Bowler for you this year? Or is Kirby Joseph going to retire? Go ahead. Now answer that. And you'll go, well, that's not fair. Those are opposite ends of the spectrum. Right, but it forces you into a conversation that's substantive, that's real, where you got to think about it. If Kirby comes back and he's part-time and he's week to week and he snap count, that's not Kirby Joseph. It's not. Kirby Joseph signed a 4-year, $86 million contract to be a ball-hawking safety that seemingly, as he goes, your turnover margin goes.
Right.
So if he's not him, what's that? Then you got to answer the damn question. I'm not going to do soft serve. If you're forcing me to answer it, retirement versus Pro Bowl. I was stunned to hear Dan Campbell's tenor. And I'm thankful for Dan Campbell because at least in a world of lies and gaslighting and nonsense by teams and executives, Dan Campbell just got up there and he may as well have had a Coors Light in his hand and gone, we're screwed.
No, Mike, it reminds me a lot of like near the end of Frank Ragnow, where it was like, well, it's up to his pain tolerance and it's up to this and it's kind of out of our hands. And it sounds the same way with Kirby Joseph. I got to lean towards you that if I had to choose between the two, I would say retirement. If I had a third option, I'd say, you know what, maybe he just sits this year out and tries to figure it out.
Not an option.
But I said if I had that option.
I'm not giving you that option. This is not a Scantron.
You came back mean.
I'm good. No, I'm not
mean.
No.
But if I had to choose between the two, doesn't sound like he's going to be playing this year.
No, and okay, thank you. So that's my point. When I'm going to throw the number out, I really believe this should be a huge story today. I don't think, well, let it play out. No. We have been given the update. The update is, I just don't know. The update is we've done and he's done all we can. The update is they don't even want to try to really test him because they know he's probably going to blow out. That's my world. If you want to sell me that this is alarmist behavior, pick up the phone and start dialing. There's nothing else I can say to you. I've been concerned from the beginning. Dan Campbell very easily could have said, guys, he's made really good progress, and we're very optimistic. There's no reason to rush it now. We really believe he's going to be just fine for week one. Play it again.
No.
Rico, then audio.
Or he could have came out and said, kind of like what Green Bay has done with Micah Parsons. We'll probably see him after the bye week. He's going to be there, may not be ready for the beginning of the season, but after our early bye week, you'll see him back on the defense.
There you go. And again, just so we're fair, because I know some of you get very sensitive, I have the same concerns about Malik Neighbors in my neighborhood. Okay?
But he was jogging.
He looked like Lieutenant Dan at that celebrity softball game. And the Giants have been murky. The Giants have been secretive. The Giants have been signing cadaver wide receivers. I treat everybody the same. You don't have mystery injuries in 2026. And when it is one, you have every right to be an alarmist. As far as Kirby goes, I'm at DEFCON 1. There's no higher concern I could have. Play the audio again. Dan Campbell did a service, even though this may be too truthful. And I'm glad Rico said something. Listen to his tone, not just the words. Listen to how he's talking. Does this sound like a guy who feels like, hey, we're going to turn a corner here? He's done some of these different things at different places. I'm sorry, have we reached the Maglio Ordonez Austrian ankle surgery phase?
I was about to say the only thing missing is now we got to go overseas for experimental surgeries.
Right, they tied a knot around his ligaments with a pig's tail in Honduras Dude, what are we talking about? We're building, we're strengthening. Dude, it's June.
Yeah.
This isn't like it happened yesterday. This isn't a press conference December 1st for a guy who got hurt November 1st. How many months has this been going on? I'm sorry. There can't be higher concern. And the impact on the team is your turnover margin is directly tied to Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, and you hear frustration in Campbell, like I said, because Campbell knew, guys, give me something because I got to go out and talk to these people. They're going to ask me questions. Coach, we don't have much. Really? Nothing? No hope?
Here's the other one. And I only say this because we were saying it all off season. It's not hindsight if you were saying it in the moment. Why did they not get another safety? Not an Avonte Maddox. I'm saying draft capital or a legitimate free agent. Leaving yourself in a position where at best, you're in limbo, and at worst, you're effed.
Yeah.
And then Brian Branch is coming off an Achilles. I want to say it again. What is the history of freak show athletes in any sport blowing out and coming back? Now, do it for football. That's my only thing. I am very nervous.
When it comes to that, you normally get the person blowing out the other Achilles because they overcompensate, especially in football. No, this is one where, you know what, you may get a lot of fans who say, okay, well, now you're moving the goalpost because you said you wanted a second edge rusher and they got one, and now you're saying you wanted a second safety. I said that secondary totally scares me. From Rakestraw, we don't know what he is. From Terrion Arnold, who when he was on the field wasn't great. And then you don't know what's going on off the field with him. Brian Branch, Kirby, secondary is not one of your strongest points right now. And listening to Dan Campbell and looking at his body English and watching this video clip, he looks as frustrated as anybody because he's wondering what the heck is going on with Kirby. He doesn't know. Kirby doesn't know. And yeah, we're probably a few weeks away from a secret trip overseas to see some doctor in Switzerland.
I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. What do you take from what Dan Campbell said? What's your concern level? And if I kind of put you in a corner and I say answer, what's the more likely here? This cat's got to retire this year or this guy's going back to a Pro Bowl? Answer honestly. And this isn't going to be a witch hunt about why didn't they do more. I just wanted to mention real quick, like we've kind of said that all off season. And now you waited until just a little over a month before camp and your coach sounds exasperated. Pardon me, I don't want to get all bricked up that they're playing the Titans and Cardinals. I'm more concerned who's our safety tandem. Spring's in full swing. Time to make sure your home can handle the heat. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. You could stay cool with a $79 AC tune-up and free on-check. You tell them you heard it here. You want the total upgrade? Now is the time. You buy a new furnace or AC, get half off installation. The experts at Mastercraft, look, they know same-day service at 24/7 availability is premium. That's why they offer it. All work backed by a 5-year warranty and flexible financing options to fit your budget. So call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. And for every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft has got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the phones. See what everybody's got to say. May have a info nugget for people momentarily. But first, we go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How are we?
Good.
What's up, Dan?
So, just wanted to talk. And I mean, let's be honest with each other. I mean, we all heard Dan Campbell and the tone in his voice. He ain't playing. I think he's done. I mean, it's really unfortunate. I love Kirby Joseph. I loved watching him play. The guy was electric. But it's just a shame to see, like, what's happening. And then the bigger thing you guys were talking about right before break is, what are we going to do? Like, we have these Super Bowl aspirations and such a great offensive team. And, you know, this defense in the secondary, we just haven't done anything or made any moves to better ourselves over the years. We got all these people that we need to pay or already paying with Kirby Joseph. And then, you know, you look at other teams like the Rams, they'll do whatever it takes to improve their team. And we just kind of sit around and, you know, maybe it'll happen. We'll see what happens. It's been months. Let's be honest with ourselves. He ain't playing. And it's just a shame to see, you know, we got Avonte Maddox that's going to play. And who else? Thomas Harper. Like, is that what we're rolling out there every Sunday hoping to win a Super Bowl? Let's be honest.
Look, the other thing is, and again, if you think I'm being an alarmist, Dan, you can call me out. Like, are we sure Brian Branch is going to be Brian Branch? He blew an Achilles.
Got hurt later in the season.
Right. And even if he's back, let's say Branch is 80% of what he was. That's not Brian Branch. And when you combo meal Branch needing time to work back and Kirby Joseph, from the sounds of it, again, this is why I never wanted to do what some people were doing with the schedule game. I think I have a right to be concerned. Is that fair, or am I just a jackass? Or maybe both, Dan.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you went from the best safety duo in the league to now you're strolling out there guys that work, you know, a second job. Like, this is, you know, these guys are not starting NFL safeties for what you want to roll out there every Sunday, especially because look at the rest of the teams in our division. Everybody, the Bears are a real threat now. I mean, they got Caleb Williams, who I'm not a huge fan of the guy, but I mean, he's talented. The Packers are very good. The Vikings, and we'll see what their quarterback situation looks like. But I mean, we have a tough division, and we came in last year. So what are we going to do to improve ourselves to get back in the position we were, 2-3 years ago?
Now, I'm with you, Dan. The Legion of Whom worked for a game. I look at that entire secondary, not just the safeties, but I also look at the corners as well. And it's problematic, but at least, when Kirby was out there playing, he was the ball hawk. He was the one that got the interceptions. And there's a big difference when he's not out there. And it doesn't sound like he's anywhere close to being ready for week one, let alone this season.
Again, all we can base it on is the words and the tone of arguably the most honest head coach in football.
Yeah. Because as I stated, I would think that he would come out there and say something very similar to how the Packers addressed Micah Parsons. And they let people know, don't expect him for week one, but he will be back sometime in October. And that's positive. That's saying he's progressing. It's just not going the way it is. The way Campbell made it sound is we have no clue. He has no clue.
And it also sounds like they've exhausted every option.
Yes.
And they're basically like, look, we'll give it one more go, but we don't expect much. That's what it sounds like. So, yeah, about that.
So, yeah, and then a lot of athletes, when you hit that route, I was joking, but I'm really not, is when you go overseas to go see some other doctor who's cutting edge at this, and maybe you could be that test subject for this new procedure.
I mean, sorry, there's a comic book joke somewhere, but okay, we'll go to Juan, 97.
No, remember McCaffrey went over and did
that
stuff. Yeah.
Juan, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? I'm very concerned, Mike Rico, because to me, the secondary was the biggest problem I had. I know that everybody talk about the edge. We still was like top 5 in combined sacks, which don't actually mean, but I was very concerned about the secondary. Now he may not play. I mean, with the guys we got, I mean, the DBs, we need our DBs, of course, but I wanted to ask you guys a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to speculate too much, but remember when Kirby got hurt? Man, he came back out miraculously, and we was all like, how in the hell did he come back out?
He went into the tent in a body bag, and he came out, and he was dancing like Michael Flatley. And you're going, what happened here? Oh, wait, he's never been the same.
Right. So if you look up any time a doctor giving you players cortisone shots or whatever, it can be very damaging. Now, I don't want to speculate, but
Well,
I
you
want
just
to raise
did.
that question.
Juan,
Well, I did. Yeah, you're right.
Juan, you just you did what Kenny does all the
I
time.
ain't racist, but
Right. But I'm like, right. But I thought about that. I'm like, this guy went in, man, limping. I'm like, it's over. I thought his season was over at that particular time. He came back out like Superman. It was like Clark Kent and Superman.
We all,
So,
Juan, the best way to put it is,
Man.
we all saw it. We all saw it.
Yeah.
And what went on, I'll never be able to comment. We saw it. And we know what
Yeah,
was
but I just
pre,
wanted to,
and we know what was post.
Yep, I just
here-
wanted to rave that across you guys, man. Yep. Okay, yep, but I'm very concerned.
Amen.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Juan,
All right,
thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man.
And then I mean, I wonder if it's the football thing, Mike, because I know it's something totally different, but he looked okay when I was at the game at Chrysler and he's throwing T-shirts in the crowd. And I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kirby Joseph is
Okay.
going to be able to play.
But do you remember the report? And I'll paraphrase a little bit. And it was, hey, he was at practice and he would do a rep and look okay, but he'd have to limp off the field.
Yeah.
Does that? Do you
Yep,
remember?
I remember he would do the rep. He would basically go full charge, and then he would have to walk back or limp back to the huddle type of thing, sit on the sideline.
So there's
go
our
back
two.
into yeah.
There was update 1. Here's update 2. Tell me why I shouldn't be highly concerned.
You should be extremely concerned.
And again, what I don't like in this town, we hype guys up, and then if they get hurt, we minimize their loss. No. If Kirby's as good as you guys think he is, cool. It's gonna hurt you. He's not here. Don't play that. I hate in this town how we do that. It drives me crazy. Oh, the guy's good until he's hurt. Then we're fine. We've got Petey Pablo, and you're like, who? Raise up. Right. I mean, that was the Legion of Home.
Right. No, it was. Oh, see, we can stick anybody out there and we'll win.
We've got Ron Paulette. What?
See, here's the thing, Mike, and I want to put it in the numbers so people can understand it because you've been talking about the turnovers that he created. Interception-wise, he played 6 games last year, and then all of 2024, he had himself 12 interceptions. Last year, as a team, when you take away the 3 he had, they had 10.
Yeah, he's a ball hawk. And I know there's turnover variance and turnover luck, but he's established himself as a guy who creates turnovers in the same way, not stylistically, but the same way Peanut Tillman did. Like, you are a creator of turnovers.
The peanut punch, yeah.
Now, obviously, he doesn't have that, but it's different. But, David Tex, what's the feedback on the text?
Kirby retires by week 2, someone says. Kirby's signing ended up being one of the worst in Detroit history. We paid him so much money. Hasn't played but 3 games since, but injuries happen.
Yeah, but again, the structure of the deal, you can't put that in the same category as Prince Fielder. You can't put that in the same category as the Mule. You can't put it in the same category as Ben Gordon or Charlie V and DJ Robb.
Correct.
You can't. I mean, come on.
So you're talking? Johan Franzen is what you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, there's some seriously bad signings here.
Yes.
You can't do that. Kirby got hurt, man. Come on.
He got hurt, but I think the bad signing is he got
Doing
hurt
it early, though. That's
right
the
at-
thing.
Yeah, they didn't
Signing
have to-
him early.
How dare
Okay, you know what? David wins.
Sean the mailman says, what did they give Kirby at halftime of that Chiefs game? Now he's possibly done. It is very, very weird.
I think we'll find out 15 years from now in the 30 for 30.
I can't speculate. I just know what he looked like going into the tent, what he looked like coming out of the tent, and what's happened since. All right? Whatever happened in there, whatever kind of medical magic, what do you want me to say? I wasn't there. And ain't nobody who was there going to tell you. That's one of the all-time sports things. You never know what goes on behind a curtain in football. Period. There's reasons movies get made and you go, oh, there's no way that's
Any given Sunday.
How about playmakers?
That never happened.
I'm making a point.
I understand.
You're never going
Right,
to know.
yeah.
And the only way you get to know is if you talk to former players.
Correct.
They ain't ever going to tell you when it's going on.
Well, they're part of the club at the time. They cannot
Correct.
say and give the secrets away.
Or the extreme, this is off the record type of thing. Yeah.
Here's what's not off the record. Guy had to roll into the tent and came out dancing around.
He looked like the player running out of the hospital from the old Super Tecmo Bowl.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
He would sprint from the hospital back to the playing
That's
field.
right. Remember in Madden, the ambulance used to run everybody over to get the
Yes.
player off the field? We need to go back to that. All right, David, go ahead.
Someone says Dan Campbell sounded defeated. Now I'm defeated. I really am sad right now.
All right. We are going to continue with this, but I have a piece of breaking news. Unfortunately, there's nothing attached to this. I'll explain. Do it
Okay,
next.
okay, Jeff Rieger.
You got to dissolve out of Okay, right. My God. 97. 97.1.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? I got to watch the New York Bing Bong Knicks.
Oh, shut up.
Last night, get a game 1 victory in the man cave designed for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the exact same thing for you. My basement was an unfinished basement. Let's face it, it was a storage room. It was just boxes and things, old equipment down there. And then bing bong. And then all of a sudden, Matrix came up with a design from their award-winning design staff. And a few weeks later, I had my new man cave. They can do the same for you because you've been procrastinating. You know you have. You've been talking about it to everybody in that paralysis, and give Matrix Basements a try. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. You can check out some of their results of projects that they've done on their YouTube page at Matrix Basements, and you'll see what I know. They're going to be the people who will make the man cave of your dreams. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
Okay, I will read this to you. I don't have enough answers. I can only offer you the following. And this is per Elliot Friedman and Sportsnet.ca, because Canadians are special and they refuse to use .com. They got to be special. Dylan Larkins requested a trade from the Red Wings. Now, unfortunately, while there's a ton to unpack, here's some of the things that aren't there. We do not have a comment from the player. We do not have a comment from the agent. And of course, we don't have a comment from Captain No and No. Now, here's what's interesting per the report. According to multiple sources, Larkin recently requested a trade from Detroit. Here's what's interesting. Recently could be days. It could be a week.
Could be a month.
No, I don't know. Now you're bordering on recent, but work with me. If a player of that stature, there's only so many team captains in the league, requests a trade, only in poverty hockey could it be kept a secret for 72 hours or something. But
you know what, Mike?
Imagine, like Joe Burrow requests a trade. Wait, the words "I want to be traded," he wouldn't have got into the ed of traded before Adam Schefter popped out of a manhole cover and had been like, Joe Burrow requests a trade.
Right. Ian Rappaport's alarm goes off. Burrow wants out.
Bing bong. So, look, here's what Elliot Friedman has to say. You do what you want with it. A lot to unpack. No one would comment, but Larkin's involvement in the trade market is massive. He has a full no-trade clause both this year and next, so his control over the situation doesn't change July 1. He's a top-line center in the league. No, he's not. So there's going to be a ton of interest. Yes, there will. His play at the Four Nations and Olympics was stellar. That'll excite trade partners. What needs to be determined is where he's willing to go, because no one will talk. We can only guess at the rationale. But there appear to be two critical factors. This is where it gets good. And I hearken. We keep the streak going.
All right.
We're hearkening. Do you remember when he hit Yzerman with a bus 2 years ago at the deadline?
Yep.
The guys in the room were devastated. There were tears all around. I had to buy a team puppy to cheer guys up. We didn't get no help. Then Yzerman ran him over with a bus. Okay.
Hit him with the chair.
So Detroit's inability to make the playoffs and a, quote, somewhat frosty relationship between the captain and the team's top hockey executive. It's another sign of how the league is changing. Players are getting bolder with the requests. There's also the Yzerman factor. He won't be bullied into any scenario he dislikes. Really? Does he dislike the longest playoff drought in the league? The walls are caving in on this guy. Think about this. The best thing, the only thing you inherited from Holland has asked out. Arguably your best player, albeit flawed, arguably your best player. Now, Yzerman, who he's above it all. He's on his ivory tower, right? Now a guy who has a full no trade, I demand to be traded. Yzerman has, what's his leverage? You're going to keep a guy who says, I don't want to be here? And essentially, Elliot Friedman says the quiet part out loud that we've talked about? Like, him and Yzerman are oil and water? Oh, it's delicious.
And he's willing to waive the no trade, so you can't like, well, it's going to be hard to move him. No, it's not. He's saying, I'll waive that clause. Get me the hell out of here.
Look, the funniest part, I love when things like this happen. Only 10% of this is being right. 90% of it is absolute spite for the people who just bitch at us. You don't know, Puck. He's not getting traded. Gobbledygook. Cool.
Same people who also said Myles Garrett can never
I know.
moved.
Right. I know. Guys, what do you make of it? I will lose no sleep. I actually think Dylan Larkin's doing us a favor because this either gets Yzerman fired or it sparks this team. Both outcomes are fine by me. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm done. There's what I can't do anything else. They have the longest playoff drought in the league. I don't care.
Vegas has been to 3 Stanley Cups.
Well, hurtful, but it's true. It just either he gets dealt and it sparks a rebuild and Yzerman's fired and we can just move on for the sake of moving on, or something materially changes here. A new captain arises, a new voice, maybe a level of accountability where it's like, look.
Somehow maybe you convince Toronto to make a trade.
Larkin plus for Austin Matthews. Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat. The problem is Larkin gets to control where he wants to go. That's going to complicate things. But are we allowed to summon the Hockey Elite on June 4th? What do you make of Elliot Friedman's report that Dylan Larkin has requested a trade? He has a full no trade. Yzerman won't get bullied. I actually like the fact that this is happening based on I'm so exhausted by the Wings. And I feel like the universe needs to force this organization to change.
And I think that's what's happening.
I'm good with it. Dylan Larkin went from somebody who was a target of my animus to maybe my favorite player. I hope more players want trades. Can I get a report of more Wings wanting trades?
More.
Mo Sider wants a deal. Only way it gets better. Because I'm done. This rebuild sucks.
This rebuild is going at a snail's pace. There are glaciers moving in Antarctica faster than this.
David?
This is juicy, guys. This is what I'll say. I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued about everything Detroit Red Wings because you're right. Steve Yzerman can be as stubborn as he wants, but you're just going to keep the guy on your roster because you don't like it or you don't like the return that you may be getting. You have to trade him. If he's requesting this trade, you have to get rid of him. And I think that now moves this team into a full rebuild in my mind. Full rebuild, which means how can you keep Steve Yzerman around here when it's been now 8 years? It just, wow, this is a juicy offseason for me now. I love it.
More players need to demand trades.
Yes, I agree.
See, the only problem with that, though, fellas, does that mean Yzerman gets to make the trade?
What do you mean?
Because David's saying the full rebuild, you got to get rid of Yzerman. So
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, according to what David was saying.
What's your comic book phrase? A hero stays around long enough to become the villain? This is delicious. Oh, man. This is delicious.
Either you die a hero or you live long enough to be the villain.
Good. Well, guess what? Stevie on line 3. I love it. No and no. Okay, cool. Woo! Yzerman's going to be like Thanos having that solo barbecue on Planet Nebular at the end of that god-awful movie you made me watch.
What did it cost you?
Everything.
You came back to run the Wings. What did it cost you? Everything. Are the sausages done? Because you are.
It's a great movie, by the way.
You're
not going to compare Infinity War to
the Yzer
Wings.
plan.
Right. No, you don't get to do that.
Avengers Yzer plan.
No.
When is that being produced?
Well, that means that all of a sudden Stevie's going to have to say, Red Wings, assemble.
And then the problem is none of them would have special abilities.
Where'd they go?
It would just be a group of plumbers trying to save Earth at 16 goals a year. 248-539-9797.
That shouldn't be funny, but it is.
What else do we have but laughter? We have to laugh.
No and no.
No, there's nothing but laughter or you
right.
cry.
You're right.
Think about it. After 7, we're going to enter year 8 of the Yzer plan. Your reward is no playoffs.
But if you hit the total reboot, does he get to reboot the team?
Sure.
Okay.
The reboot of the reboot.
So he gets 8 more years.
That's the point. I don't care anymore.
Okay.
He could have 80. Okay. I don't care. And then the day he actually turns it around at age 73 and he looks like Lou Lamoriello.
So at that
and
point,
people try to cape up going, see, it worked. I get to laugh in their face.
Yeah, I think then the only thing that would make this sweeter if all of a sudden, the Kraken win, 3 Stanley Cups in the next 8 years. Shout out Seattle. All right.
248-539-9797. You can keep calling in on Kirby Joseph, too. We're having a Larkin conversation. Because to me, this is beautiful. It's a gift. Yzerman probably didn't have the chops to pull the move anyways. So now Larkin forces his hand. What did we talk about? We want a shakeup. Yeah, well, it's shake and bake, and I helped. Dylan Larkin has demanded a trade. Sweet. Go get me Austin Matthews. No hyperbole. Larkin plus Kosa plus. This could be what turns it all around. Yeah. I'm done with Larkin.
I think Austin Matthews wants out. So, yeah, maybe
you don't
it's
want
a
one of
win-win.
those dirty Americans as your captain.
It's a win-win.
Signed elitist Canadians. We're going to get to the people. It's just so exciting. Yzerman solo barbecue on Nebular. What an image. All right, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride in time for summer, check out Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. And Moran make car buying super simple. You get the best prices and inventory that's actually available, and they make their process easy. 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8, haul all the stuff up north, road trips, whatever it is, or you get the tracks. They got it all. Current vehicles, need attention, you go to MoranExpress.com, schedule that certified service appointment because, well, you got things to do. I mean, give me a break. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, show's been derailed in a beautiful way. A guy that I wanted out of town anyways has demanded a trade. And now the guy who won't make any trades might have to make a trade with a player who has a no trade. This is beautiful. This is my personal payback for 7 years having to watch this crap. Dylan Larkin wants out. Good. Sip.
Yeah.
Only way it got better is if they did a joint press conference and Mo Sider went, and I see your trade request, and I'd like out too. To the people.
Maybe you pick up the phone and you call Toronto. That would be my first phone call.
Yeah, again, but he's got a no trade.
I would sell him. Hey, you know what? It's not
Sell
that far.
him?
No. Dylan Larkin. Hey, Toronto's not that far.
Elliot Friedman is telling you it might be his relationship with Yzerman. He's telling you where he wants to go.
Right. I'm convincing him, hey, Dylan, you want to go to Toronto.
Yzerman won't be able to convince him. They don't like each other.
And Toronto can't win. Friedman said, look, and again, because no one will talk, he has to speculate. Elliot Friedman's speculation is far better than some geek off the street. Toronto blows. Why would you go from here to there?
I don't care.
Okay,
I want
good.
Austin Matthews here. That's what I'm saying.
I know. I would love it. I just
cannot dream.
Yes, I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
F it. Sell them on Toronto. You're gonna love it. All right, let's go to the people.
They got authentic Timbits.
We'll go to
We
John.
got fake ones here.
97.1. John, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
So Dylan Larkin, early in his career in the Yzerman tenure, he made a comment that rubbed me the wrong way. He said he told the fans not to pick him for the All-Star game because he wanted to get reps, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But I got to say, with him, he's won me over. I went to the Philadelphia game where he had the hat trick, and I'm happy with him. But I don't think he's a go-to guy. I think he's more of a behind the what's the word I'm looking for, like a Robin. He's
yes,
a second, like you always say, he's a second liner, a good second liner.
Yeah.
So what you do is I'm on track with you. What you do is you go to Toronto. I'm thinking the same thing with you, Matthews, Costa. You give up Emmett, Finney. You give up a couple of draft picks.
All right, I want to say that, John, I'm not mad at you. I can't be mad at you. I'd have to be mad at myself. And I kind of am. I said it in the moment, just having fun. We can't turn this into that. There's no justifiable way a guy who hates losing wants to do more losing.
Hey, John. Hey, Mike, why not? I remember the time when you and Kenny wanted to get that Russian dude, that Mishkov dude. And you had, let us dream for a day.
All right, I'll allow it.
Well, wait a minute though. Matthews makes sense for this team. He's young and he's younger than Larkin.
Okay, all right. I know. You know what?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to stand down because I think people are getting confused.
Yeah, this is my fault. John, listen to me. You're not wrong. I'm wrong. It's not you. It's me. I want to reset this. Larkin's demanded a trade. I was being flippant when I said, F it, go get Austin. The guy has a no trade. There's no way, if Friedman's right, he would select Toronto. Let me be the latest American captain to go lose in Toronto. Huh? Again, revert to Yin Yang Twins sound effect. So it's going to be a place like LA or Dallas or Vegas or Florida. Like, you're not going to get a say. So I'm begging, can we keep it to the Yzerman part, the effects of this? The biggest point that I feel like is being slept on, this is almost like the universe providing the lightning bolt to the ass that this organization needs. That's my point. Whether you wanted Larkin gone or not, or whether you wanted Yzerman to pull the bold trade, it's one or both. For me, it's both. Want Larkin gone, want big trade. Hello. With something. Right. And then Yzerman's ass is firmly in the jackpot. That's winning.
Correct.
David texts. We'll get to jam-packed phone lines. I needed to clean up that mess. Not you, me. I dropped the pot of sauce. Let me clean it up.
Well, I kicked the sauce around.
You did. You were doing sauce angels. Right on the floor. There's sauce everywhere.
This pushed me over the edge. Fire Iserman. Make
No.
amends with this captain and find
No.
someone aggressive who will add to this team.
Make him stay. I want him to be forced to look at the mess he's created. Stay.
Time to rebuild. The rebuild.
Yes.
Around Sider and Raymond. Trade DeBrincat, Gibson, and Falk too.
You can't. Okay, DeBrincat needs a new contract.
Mike, you have to be building something for it to be considered a rebuild. This is an absolute bust or failure. Bill from Wayne.
And I love it. Where are the bots?
Was shocked and a bit taken back, but after thinking about it for 5 minutes, good. Get rid of him. Get a package for him and restart.
The fans have reached full Mocha Joe Latte Larry mode. This was phenomenal. We'll get more of the people next. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. According to Elliot Friedman of Sportsnet, Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin has requested a trade. He said he's not been able to get Larkin, his agent, or Steve Yzerman to comment quite yet. Larkin does have a full no-trade clause this season and next. He's a, quote, top-line center in a league desperate for centers, so there's going to be a ton of interest. His play at the Four Nations and Olympics was stellar. That's going to excite potential trade partners, end quote. The Stanley Cup Finals continue tonight. The Knights lead 1-0 over the Hurricanes. That's an 8 o'clock puck drop there. Lions coach Dan Campbell announced that this year's 5th-round draft pick, Kendrick Law, tore his ACL in practice Tuesday during a non-contract drill. He also was asked of his confidence level, they able to get what they expect out of Kirby Joseph this season. He also said that DJ Reed is moving around well after his injury. NBA insider Mark Stein says the Dallas Mavericks have reached out to Michigan coach Dusty May about their coaching vacancy. ESPN baseball expert Buster Olney said earlier the Tigers are telling teams they're not selling as of now. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Want to salute Jeremy Otto, a perfectly timed update.
Thank you.
Absolutely spot bang on.
Do I get a trophy?
No.
Okay.
Maybe another kid.
Whoa. And it's a girl. All right, let's keep it moving. Hold on, Jeremy's got to go call his wife. All right. Dylan Larkin wants a trade. Hey, by the way, before we get to the calls, can I just, in a serious manner, offer you, and this is my level of spite for Yzerman and the Wings right now. I want to offer you the trade demand that would break even the most ardent bot.
Okay.
You got to work with me.
Okay.
And it involves something I was so angry about. Imagine if Dylan Larkin demands a trade to the Minnesota Wild to play with Quinn Hughes.
That's just mean. That's mean.
That's all I have for the Wings.
That's just
mean.
That's mean.
That's Yzerman's solo barbecue on Nebular like Thanos.
You're supposed to be coming back refreshed.
I am.
That's mean.
I am.
That's
buddy, I feel like I got baptized.
Oh my God.
He wants to play with the guy that you were too cowardly to trade for.
That may be the ultimate root for radio.
And then they win the cup.
That may be in the top.
Then Larkin doesn't just score 30, he scores 40, 100-point season, and he and Hughes carry the Wild to the cup next year.
That's root for radio, my friend.
That's all I have left.
That's in the top 5 ever.
Okay.
That's me.
I'm sorry. That's what happens when you give me a commercial break.
That's me.
I get time to think.
Okay.
We go to Steve.
David, we need to get this man more reads.
Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, guys. Mike, I was just thinking that would be not only hilarious, it would also be poetic justice.
Yes.
For this lovely, we know it all hockey town and doesn't know crap that just bleeds guys that give them the warm and fuzzy. And you know what the saddest thing is, Mike? I want to talk actually about Kirby Joseph, but you know what one of the saddest things is the fact that last caller was literally thinking that could possibly happen. Number one, he's not going to go to a team that he doesn't think he's going to win with.
Correct.
Number two, he's not going to go to a team where then their best player comes over so that he's even more in a bad situation.
Correct.
But if he,
I made a joke. He took it serious.
I know, but people,
I'm sorry.
Well, and there's a lot of people that take it serious, like it's the gospel. So don't feel bad about that. And I know you don't. You left that go as soon as it left his mouth. But but the thing is, it'd be even more poetic.
Let me hear.
That if he goes to Carolina or Vegas.
Oh, even better. Even better. Honestly, I'm in such spite mode because of the free ride Yzerman's gotten. Good. Here's your mess.
And the funny thing would be is if the only thing Yzerman gets is you just have his picture taken next to the Stanley Cup in Vegas. I would just I'm sorry, Rico. I had to throw that in there. I know you're trying to make this more upbeat, but I mean, it is upbeat for me because this is the way life is. Guys, you know what's more damning right now to me? That if this Kirby Joseph thing plays out in the bad way, is basically Holmes. Because it means you had another guy that you probably knew couldn't or probably might not make it, a la, Ragnow, and you let it go. You could have brought in a safety just to say, we don't know when they're coming back, but we know that we're trying to go down and
specify it. Steve, it's important to specify this because you get some of the Brad bots. No one's saying they didn't sign a safety. There's a difference between a safety and then a more legitimate option.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And the key thing is you have to know something, especially now. I mean, Ragnow could have just kept it like, hey, guys, you saw it when last year. I mean, last year is when I thought he was gone because when they kept on saying the same old thing, hey, he's close. We think he's almost there. They kept on throwing that little carrot out there, and us being the stupid, moronic horses that just want to eat that carrot because we want something. We want to hear something. We want something positive, and nothing. The same every week. And it's just right now, and I know this is probably going to sound terrible, but every single one of these GMs can jump off a cliff, and I wouldn't miss them.
All right, let's take it easy on the last part. You could say they could all disappear or lose their job. I mean, Steve.
All right, they all disappear somewhere in the Everglades, and I don't know what happened.
Oh, my God. Okay, Steve, I got to put you in a penalty box. It's not a 5-minute major, but that's definitely a double-minded.
God bless you guys. I love you guys together. You guys work well together as always, and I appreciate it. And just keep it up and bring this baby home.
Oh,
bring
yeah.
This Yzerman thing
I
home.
love it.
I'll send you a cigar.
Listen, just don't throw me off a bridge. That's all I ask, Steve. He's sending people off to Gordie Howe. Take it easy.
Or the Everglades.
Yeah, again, which we know what's implied there. Steve is on one. This is what happens. You get the longest playoff drought in the league. and now
your captain says no more.
And he's got no trade.
So you're not in control. He tells you where I want to go.
Can I ask a question of people before we get back to the people?
Yeah.
Is it because sports is not real? I mean, we want our teams to win. I get that, but I find most like last night. You see the clips of Knick fans beating the hell out of somebody. If that's your life, you don't have a life. For the rest of us well-adjusted people, I do reach a phase with my teams of open spite. I delight in this because when you stand up there so aloof and you want to just act like you're better than everybody else, and the rebuild has been this egregious failure, I take a little delight because it's like, no,
brother, you've had this new feeling for like the last 40 minutes. Yes, I can see the glow all over your face. It's like you got some life-changing news. And you can't contain yourself.
You're begging me to make an auto joke, and I'm not doing it.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're begging me. See, he walked right in. He walked right in as it was about to happen. All right, we'll go over to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. Calling from Grand Rapids. I'm certainly happy to have you guys on the air over here.
Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. What do you got on this newsy day?
Man, I am a lifelong Yzerman fan and a Red Wings fan, but I'm getting close to where you are. But my question is this: what do you do? You still need a top line center, and move Larkin to 2C or whatever. You still need a center, top 6 center. Now you're going to need 2. Centers are probably the hardest thing to find.
Yep.
What's the plan going to be? I mean, I think Larkin gets a lot of hate that's uncalled for, he's not a top 1C, but he's serviceable. And if you add an identical type player, you sure make that team a lot better. Now you're just going to have to go find two. I think it's going to be set back even further.
Yeah, look, so let's just take something off the table, Steve. Let's take the whole there is no plan, spite, all this. Just move it to the side. You want a legitimate answer, you get two pathways. And I'm being very serious about this. I'm not saying this is happening. You're asking me the question. One is, I fire Steve Yzerman and I get someone new in here. I attempt to repair the relationship and or trigger a new rebuild. Okay. I agree with David. Why would I allow Yzerman a shot to fix this? The other side of it becomes, okay, you're this alleged genius. You're the Tampa Bay Lightning guy. Okay, you do the best one-for-one deal that you can. Player A needs a change of scenery. Your guy needs a change of scenery. And you hope that it sparks something different, that a different voice in the room, a different player wearing the C can trigger something. Those are the only options I can offer you. Because what I can't do, Steve, is say trade him, get a bunch of prospects and picks, and ... It'll be year 11 by the time I see those guys.
Yeah, exactly. And, I'm not going to say Larkin's the best top-line center in the league, but any team in the NHL would love to have him as a 2C.
Correct.
And half the teams would love to have him as a 1. I agree. I think maybe I've never said it's time for Yzerman to go. And when I walked out of work and saw this, I just chuckled. I don't know that there's a good way to fix it because, yeah, if you laid it out, if you can do a 1-for-1 and get a good center, but now you still have to trade Kosa and maybe one of your defensive
But what you're hitting
prospects.
on, Stevie, you're speaking the gospel, and I think it's where you and I are going to find common ground. I wanted Yzerman forced into change, forced into this, urgency. Act like you give a rat's ass. Trades, blasting people into space, anger, vitriol, moves. I can't take another summer of no and no. I can't do it. So if this is what triggers it, woo, happy out. Let's go. I don't care anymore.
No, if the rumors are true, this triggers it, Mike. You get your wish, and Detroit's going to get their wish. Moves will be made. It won't be the same old, same old. You'll lose your captain, and now we have to start over. My thing is, are you okay with letting him start it over? Because that's what's going to happen.
No and no.
You know what? Well played.
Listen, I'm just telling you right now, okay? Remember Will Ferrell in Wedding Crashers? Chaz Reinhold. I'm him when the meatloaf comes up. This news is absolute ecstasy for me. Rico.
I was going to nunchuck you.
Come here, brother. This is great.
Say that next time,
No,
man.
because then people are like, oh my God, the team's going to get worse. Who cares? Who cares?
So you don't make the playoffs again for another year. How is that different?
He's right, 97.1.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're going to be guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. Plus, you could even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year.
Could Xfinity pull a plug on Yzerman?
Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities through the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. To mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
David, can we check on the text communication? Are the Iser bots doing okay? This could be a tough day for them. Dylan Larkins demanded a trade. Uh-oh. I don't care. And you go, how can you laugh at this? Because sometimes change has to be forced. If Yzerman wasn't willing to get bold the last 7 years, well, good. The universe has delivered a meteor to his front lawn. Now you got to trade your captain. No way you're bringing him back. He don't want to be here. And Elliot Friedman, look, the speculation's real. He's tired of losing, even though he's a part of it. And he may not have a good relationship with Steve Yzerman. Weird. Almost like we've talked about it. So good. Good. This is what we pay you to do.
I don't blame Dylan for requesting a trade. I don't like it. I love it. He is tired of the Iser plan of losing and no playoffs every season. Good for him. Someone else texts in and says, this is absolutely insane. Larkin wanted to play for this team his whole life, and now the guy that he grew up loving on the wings, he is the main reason for why he wants to leave. Absolutely crazy.
You know
what, David?
Blue Chew Gold. That text right there that's verbal boner. That's fabulous.
Or as they say, sometimes you don't want to meet your heroes. Not that.
That's on me, Dad. I'm sorry.
Been saying this for 6 years that Larkin is not a great NHL player and would not be a first or possibly even a second liner on any Stanley Cup competition team. Calling it now. Larkin to Columbus for Caden Lindstrom from Michigan State and their 2026 first. Someone else says Freeman's right. Yzerman doesn't go get bullied into trades, so that's why Larkin will still be here in October. Wow.
Oh, even better. Even more awkward.
Larkin saw how well Marner is doing in Vegas, and that's it. He thinks a fresh start will help him. It won't. He's not a leader.
Here, how about the idea? How delicious is this? Nobody wants to play here.
Jeez, how times have changed.
How about that? That's the result of bringing the legend home. That's how bad it's gone. Nobody wants to be here.
He's right, you know. I can't dispute it.
To the people.
Because you saw the beginnings of this 2 years ago. And then last year it was Stevie's turn and he hit him with a chair. And now, you know what? I just want to go.
Let's go to Steve 97.1. Stevie, how you doing? Oh, dear. Oh, my.
All right, guys. First off, I have to address the major elephant in the room that I personally have with this radio station, this radio program.
Yes.
Back in December, I made a little bet with you guys. I don't know if you recall, but I would buy the entire radio program. Even TJ, if he came in on a Friday and needed an all-you-can-eat buffet, I would cater you guys lunch. I have been in the weeds, depressed for the last couple of weeks, and I am coming to pay up on my bet.
What was the bet?
I told you in December that they would make the playoffs, and if they didn't, I would cater you guys lunch.
Well, I want to do this. Stay with me. Nope. Steve, I have breaking news for you. You're off the hook. I'm in such a good mood. I'm going to buy the lunch. You're off the hook. I'm so happy Larkin wants out. No, I'm buying lunch. I am now Steve. I'll buy lunch for everybody.
You're not going to consult us?
It's kind of funny. It's funny that happened because one of the last times I called you, I was on the phone for a job interview, and I got that job, so I couldn't take the call. Well, I got laid off again, so I can't take
Now I'm definitely, you're off the hook. You can put your money somewhere else. I'll take care of the guys.
In the tech industry, call me. But anyway, so guys, let's get to the point. I mean, I feel like Christopher Moltisanti right now. I mean, I've been promised every year a promotion. I've been promised every year I'm going to get into the playoffs next year. What's happening? what's happening? I don't know. I feel like I just got hit by a Czechoslovakian.
Right. Or you got your car stolen trying to buy smack.
No, I mean, seriously. And you know what? Like, stupid me for believing that this is the way to go and believing in this team. I have been an Yzer bot, and I'm done. I mean, he's going to have one more year. And you know what? If we don't make the playoffs, I'm going to have like the Million Man March down at Little Caesars Arena. Please call up Stoney and Wojo. We need the Yzerman Million Man March.
Steve, the difference is you won't have 10 people with you. Nobody cares anymore.
I will be the one guy there. But, I mean, I don't blame Larkin, but also, guys, I feel like Dave Chappelle working at Kinko's. David, I hope your hand is hovering over the delay button because that's why.
Yeah.
I'm just sick and tired of it. And you know what? There's so many people out there saying, and I get it, saying, let's just promote Sider to captain. I love Sider. No. You know who should be captain? The only one that freaking cares in this organization. The only one that shows any urgency. And that's Alex DeBrincat. Well, I guess Larkin is finally showing some urgency now that the weather's warmed up past 40 degrees. But, I mean, guys, I can't take this. I don't know what to do about my Larkin USA jersey that I spent $300 on getting it custom stitched.
Have you got it yet?
I got a very supportive wife. No, I got it.
Okay.
But, guys, I don't know what to do. I'm just beside myself. And
well, I can't fix everything. I can just tell you've been pardoned from the bet. I sincerely want you to just win hockey games because you sound completely broken. But Steve, just do me a kindness. You at least understand my reaction to all of this because I am so done with it.
It's detached. And maybe I don't know if I should be saying this on the air, but it's kind of how I view politics these days.
Yeah.
Detached cynicism.
Oh, yeah. I view politics on both sides. I view it as a circus, and that's what I view the Red Wings. They're just something that's there, and I laugh at mostly all of it because it's ridiculous.
Now when I watch Red Wings games, now at the start, I'm not going to hear the whatever music, the dun, 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 Hockey Night in Canada. I'm not going to hear that in my head. I'm just going to hear dun, 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 dun.
I think something
Barnum and Bailey's.
I think something more sullen, perhaps Ave Maria. Steve, listen, it's just.
I don't know, but you know what, Larkin, you said Minnesota. Heck, I'll throw another one. Heck, trade him out to Dallas. And Larkin, while you're there, stop out at Galveston in that dirty creek for all I care.
Oh,
I'm done.
Okay. Now we can't do that. My God. I mean, people are losing.
What are we doing?
People are losing their minds.
What have you done to these people?
I've done nothing.
You let them off the hook.
You know what? Steve Yzerman did it to these people. I did nothing. Remember? I don't know puck. So guess what? Your hero did it. What's your line again?
You either die the hero or you live long enough to be the villain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Solo barbecue on Nebular. That's where Yzerman's headed. He got all his little jewelry stones, whatever the hell Thanos got, and look what he did.
Infinity Stones.
Yep.
All right.
Cool.
Don't let that fax get in the way. All right.
I just like that he has to act now. There's no world Larkins here. Guy wants out. Do you know what Larkin essentially has turned around and farted in the face of the franchise. There's no world the best original six American franchise is going to be like, la, 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 I didn't hear it. He's back. No way. Larkin just fired an unthinkable bullet at Yzerman.
Which leads you to wonder, how long has this really been happening?
2 years.
We just found out that he wanted to be traded. Like, when did he originally say, yeah, I think I want out? I can't do this anymore.
I think within the last, how about this?
Because it looks like he had the breakup dinner, like, Steve.
Last 2 weeks?
It's you. Not
Only
me.
because it's the poverty NHL could you keep this a secret. As we said earlier, if this was like the Joe Burrow, Adam Schefter would have popped out from underneath Burrow's bed and tweeted it.
If Jalen Duren had requested a trade, we would have knew about it 3 days before he did it.
Bro, we knew that A.J. Brown was being traded for the last 7 months.
There's a reason why we knew
Thank
that.
you, Love Boat. Chicka bow wow. All right.
That's just good journalism.
Uh-huh.
She was just on her. No,
In her third trimester. I can't segue into FanDuel. The hell am I supposed to tell people? Yeah, sure. Here, we'll go from the Love Boat to this. Bet on the NBA Finals and things. You bet $5, you get $350 in bonus bets. After you bet $5 7 straight days, it's FanDuel, best place to bet all your player props and whatnot. Rico's all about the Knicks, which is disgraceful. FanDuel.com/Michigan to join. Get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after a $5 bet 7 days in a row. It's FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required. 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. David, Text Communications, we get to the people. You're just joining the show. The two big pieces of news, and one has greatly overshadowed the other. Look, Kirby Joseph, the report, Dan Campbell's comments, the tone. I'm sorry. That does not sound like a guy who's going to be with this team. But then, as fate would have it, Dylan Larkin demanded a trade per Elliot Friedman. And Freeman surmises it's a frosty relationship with Yzerman. No shock. and he's tired of losing. Also, no shock. And he has a full no trade. Hate to see it. And when you wonder why,
I hate to see it.
Why
you love to see it?
Yeah, but I do, because short of like a cattle prod, nothing was going to force Yzerman to do his damn job. Sitting idle and signing more of this bottom six chum, it's nonsense. Now, this is what the money's for. Do your job. Oh, but it's a tough situation. Cool. If you want easy, become a dog walker. Love dogs. They don't demand trades. David, the text, please.
They just run away.
Anyone else find it funny that we've had at least 3 people from the hockey elite call in, named Steve, to complain about the Steve their parents probably named them after? Joke of a franchise. Michael in Canton. Someone else texts in and says, we don't know why he's demanding a trade. Maybe he is getting the C taken away. He should have never had it. Good riddance.
Okay, fine. I am going to revert on the flow chart to don't care. Him demanding a trade from his childhood team with a full no trade and making almost $9 million a year is an absolute, he just threw a brick at Yzerman's head. So you can do whatever you want. And if it makes you feel better that Steve stripped him of the seat, cool. Then Yzerman still has to do things. I'm happy it happened. The how doesn't matter. It's like hitting the lottery and then you're obsessed with how did this happen? No, just it happened. I don't care.
I don't even recognize Hockeytown anymore. My faith has been shattered. Someone else texts in and says the Wings need to clean house, and I mean fire and replace everyone that has ever been associated with the Red Wings.
Okay,
pretend you're an expansion franchise. From Gary.
All right, just come on.
This is a gut punch to a lot of the hockey elite.
Is it?
You didn't expect this news today. You did.
That's why it's so fun.
Because you thought the Wings were in the back seat of the car, forgotten about, and we'll bring them back up in the fall. And instead, to the main stage, Wings, your captain wants out.
And by the way, even if, and I wanted Larkin to lose the C, and I was told that was impossible, I don't care what goes into this. He's asked out. There's no world that was the optimal outcome for Yzerman. So the fact that it's happened, I don't care what goes into it. And we have no evidence of that yet. So I'm just rolling with it. This is forcing Yzerman to do what he doesn't want to do. Namely his job at a high level and at the pro level. Not resting on the laurels of these faux prospects.
Wait, does this mean there'll be movement at the Coney?
I'm pretty sure Larkin came in and flipped the table. I don't think that counts, Rico.
Okay. Just checking.
Let's go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, how you doing, buddy?
Thank you, Michael, for taking my call. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Good. Listen, before I have something to say, as you know, I'm here. I live here in Windsor. I've got TSN on, and Darren Breger just reported that I guess Larkin's representatives are upset because the news was not supposed to get out. So that's interesting.
Well, I would like to report my response to that, Mario. Wah. I don't care. You can't demand a trade in 2026 and think it's not getting out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me say so I just wanted to give you that quick.
No, I appreciate it. You're beautiful. Yeah. I just mean overall, how laughable to think that it wouldn't get out.
I know. Let me preface I have 2 words to say about Larkin, but before I do, let me say this. Similar to one of your previous callers, Steve Yzerman has been a hockey hero to me as a player. However, I've called many times in, and I'm not happy with his work as a general manager. So that's my preface to the following 2 words to Dylan Larkin: good riddance. And let me explain why I said that, Michael. Last year, not this past year, last year, Dylan Larkin came out and threw Steve Yzerman under the bus publicly. Now, I don't have a problem when you're captain because all of your players have exit interviews. If he was pissed off at Steve Yzerman for Steve Yzerman not doing his job, say it in private. This year, Dylan Larkin down the stretch, 5-on-5. You know how many goals he scored 5-on-5 in the month of March? And I may be wrong. 1
Yeah, I was
goal.
going to say 0, but I thought you'd say I was being a smartass.
Right. So why didn't Dylan Larkin come up to the microphone this year and be a stand-up captain, Mike, and say, you know what? I'm one of the reasons why this team didn't make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't play well. He didn't, Mike. And you've got to admit, that's why I feel the way I do about good riddance to him. Now, if I may, quickly, about Steve Yzerman. Do you remember last July when you were upset that the Wings didn't sign Noah Dobson? You remember that?
It was the trade. The Islanders had traded him to Montreal.
Correct. But you felt Detroit could have made the trade too. I remember listening in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I agreed with you. Now, fast forward to November, and we had the Quinn Hughes trade.
Yep.
Okay? And I don't know if you remember, but I called in, and you took me as your first caller because I disagreed with you about the Wings giving up Edmondson, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Here's my point where Yzerman fails at times. Why didn't Yzerman go and get Dobson? And you've got an asset now because he probably figured ASP was going to make the team. So why am I going to go out and sign Dobson? Okay, that's speculation. But had he gone out and signed Dobson, okay, Dobson's a top 4 right-handed shot defenseman. So is ASP, but ASP is a rookie. But at least if you've got Dobson in the mix, when Minnesota says, I want Edmondson for Hughes, Yzerman could have said, no, I have another asset that I can give you, and I can sweeten the pot. I'll give you ASP, and I'll give you 2 or 3 of my best forwards and a couple of draft picks. And we could have had Quinn Hughes. Look at what kind of a top 4 we would have had.
Right, but you know what Yzerman
Seider,
opted for? He missed out on both because he didn't have the chops to do it, and you end up trading a first for Falk. That's what you were given.
Exactly. And guess what? You're right. Justin Falk is 34 years old. He may be a top 4 defenseman, but Noah Dobson's only 26. We would have had Dobson.
Right, and that's part of what upset me so much with Hughes and Dobson is you'd be adding to your core. You'd be adding someone in the time frame of your young players who's right in their mid-20s. The Hughes one far outweighed Dobson because Hughes wanted to be here. Parents live here. He even did that stupid geography lesson thing where he's like, well, at least Minnesota's close to Michigan. Look at a map. It's equidistant to Atlanta.
It's closer than Paris.
Mike, if we would have had, listen, Mike, if we would have had Edmondson, Seider, Hughes, and Dobson, hands down, it's the best top 4 in the NHL. No one can argue with that. Nobody.
No. Mario, listen.
Nobody.
We have arrived at a point where now I don't think anyone's going to call in bitching and moaning about, well, I disagreed that you wanted this deal or that deal. People are now all aligned. Whatever has happened, we're unhappy. And now Larkin demanding a trade forces Yzerman to make a high-level move that he has simply been unwilling or, heaven forbid, incapable of making. Good. I don't care.
I am anxious to see what the next move will be. Because maybe if he does this right, his legacy can take a bounce back.
Correct. Sometimes happy accidents happen in sports. Sometimes the unexpected turns things around. I'm not going to sell you that.
No.
There'll be other people at the station. I'm sure they'll tell you this is the best thing ever.
I mean, think about it. No one at the time thought that, this whole Jared Goff or Stafford thing was going to work out.
I'm going to tell you, shut your microphone, shut your mouth. You've earned the rest of the day off. That's the best point that'll get made all month on 97.1 The Ticket. I hate the fact I didn't think of that. You win the day, Mr. Beard.
All right. See you guys tomorrow.
You look beautiful. Perfect. Nobody was amped about Goff. The people cheering his name in the grocery stores, they were sitting here, and I was one of them going, I don't want this guy. Cutscene. He leads you to your first playoff victories in 7 billion years.
I remember people got mad at me. I'm like, guys, they like him. They re-signed him. No, that's just part of they're doing this to set it up for us. Or he's going to be your quarterback.
At least I know this, David. It's all downhill from there. He'll never make a point that good again.
Wow.
Well, that's because that was your Wilt Chamberlain. See, that came out wrong.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
I didn't mean it that way. A minute.
So you're Russell Wilson at Seattle, and
Right.
now it's downhill
That's my
from
point.
there.
You hit your zenith.
So basically, the rest of my career, I'm done.
Mr. Dangerous. Wow. You know what I meant. All right, I quit.
I might as well be like, Will, let me just hold up a sign right now. That's it for me.
Wow. That's how good the boy was.
That ain't how he came across.
I'm glad I
All
saw
right,
you at your peak.
Would it have been different if I said Francis Ford Coppola and The Godfather? You're never outdoing it.
Yeah, Mike, if I was retiring tomorrow, yes.
All right, he wins. Okay, well, listen.
I'll see you guys whenever.
Oh, listen, go buy some vehicles. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, one of the biggest.
It's nice knowing you, Mike.
Oh, man. Well, listen.
I'm headed down to Neverland.
All right, that'll do. Moran makes the process super simple. Whether the capability of Sierras, the luxury of a Denali, whatever it is, they'll have it in stock. They do the most competitive pricing. And you already know if you're in the family, you get the certified service with the loaner when you go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them online anytime, or just head to Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. Well, Rico's left the building. That was his Oscar speech. All right, Dave.
Talk to Jimmy. Got to come back.
Oh, and away we go.
Sorry to disappoint you.
We'll get to the people. We are going to bring in Will Birchfield in the 5 o'clock because, look, Will's a damn good writer and a damn good reporter, and he's a damn knowledgeable hockey guy. And, I mean, I want Will's opinion. It matters. This Larkin demanding a trade is massive. And I do. I want to get an outside opinion to us, just because I think this is bliss. I mean, I feel like the Kool-Aid man crashing through a brick wall today. This is hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, it's shocking. But I think what happens next is that's going to let you know, does it become a good happy, or are you just sad like this was the end?
Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, Mike, hey. So I know you're a Celtics fan, but in kind of a weird little wicked stepbrother kind of way, congratulations on the Knicks' success.
No, I hate the Knicks, Brian. You know I hate the Knicks. Come on.
I know.
Terrible.
Well,
Their fans are horrible.
I got some news about an NFL team that you're going to love, but first on the Larkin thing, I think we're letting Dylan off the hook a little too easy.
Okay.
What I think went down is I think they pulled him in and they said, look, son, we're taking the C away from you this year, and we're going to go forward just with a different mindset. And I think that pissed him off. And, yeah, now you see it. He doesn't want to be here, but brings it up to speed with good timing to rebuild this thing the right way. And that's sort of my take on that.
Okay.
Now, Mike, I have a new NFL team. It's not the Lions. It's not the Chiefs. It is your very own, Mike, New York Giants.
Why is that?
I am rolling with your Giants all the way this year, Mike, for obvious reasons. I love Jackson Dart and how he uses his platform for the good, and I am on board, man, and I hope to God this can be the first year me and you, Mike, watch our first Giants game together.
No.
Let's go to Cosm, man. We'll get it done.
No, I listen, first of all,
yeah,
the whole Cosm thing, I can't even believe that's a thing. Have you seen that stuff?
I have.
I'm surprised people aren't having seizures left and right. But Brian, listen,
Too much going on for you?
I mean, that's chaos. No, look, to Brian's point, look, the politics thing, if you want to use politics as sports and you like a guy for this or hate a guy for that, that's your prerogative. I would prefer my starting quarterback focus on not splitting his locker room, because you are aware it's kind of a 50-50 situation politically. But hey, do you? I'm not mad about it. Lord knows I don't have the energy to be mad. I don't care about my quarterback's politics. I don't like him more or less. I care if you can play.
Okay.
Did I think what he did was smart? Not particularly.
Well, I think because we saw what happens when politics get into a locker room.
Yeah, because Abdul Carter came out. And by the way, hey, Abdul, you were busy watching booby movies in practice. Okay, so I don't want to hear from you.
Yeah, you may not want to take that ground because, yeah, people are going to dig up the dirt for you. But the Cosm, you don't like the,
No, I didn't say I didn't like it. I said it's trippy.
Is it kind of like when we went to the market in Vegas?
Oh no, that was
too much
just
going on.
No, that was you being in a carnival. No, the Cosm thing is extremely cool.
Okay.
I'm saying that, like, you're watching a game and it's like, I don't need to be the pylon.
Gotcha.
I just want to watch the game.
Okay. No, I thought maybe it was just too much going on because that's how you were when we went to the flea
because
market.
you bought a boombox, a pickup truck, and a parakeet in a matter of 20 minutes. What kind of meth head swap shop did you bring me to?
You know, I really wish I was one of the kids nowadays. I wish I was like the idiots that ran out on the court. And I would have took the phone out and recorded you, because watching you,
I was in hell.
Was the most, because the look on your face was like,
I'm going to be honest.
Is this it?
Well, I was with you and Evan, and I was rooting for you two, and I genuinely wanted to see you two in your natural habitat. My immediate response is I wanted to soak the place in kerosene and strike a match. But if you were happy, I was happy.
You made it. You made the trip. Because Evan was like, you bet he's regret coming? I'm like, oh, yeah.
It was the same regret that the Lions felt drafting Andre Ware. Okay? 7 minutes in, I had drafted Josh Rosen, and I hated my life. David, text, please.
just amazed at the natural habitat comment. That is amazing.
Evan and Rico in this weird comic book sneakers wild animal, like part Chinese wet market, part automotive auto body shop. What the hell is that type of place even called?
A flea market.
Yeah, well, fleas might be the operative
once again,
word.
Detroit, think Gibraltar Trade Center. That's what that was.
31 teams are going to ask about Dylan Larkin. Larkin will have his choice of team and where he wants to go. It's on Yzerman to make this banner day in Red Wings history because Chris will not fire him. That is from Steve.
And that's why I love this. He gets put in the hot pot. It's time. I've had enough. You should have had enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's check that Centennial hotline.
Meteor landing in Yzerman's front lawn has me dying in my truck on my way home. Thank you, Mike.
He goes out to get the mail.
His phone is blowing up. What is going on here?
What happened? I just left to get the newspaper.
Oh,
Bing bong.
Oh, boy.
Dylan Larkin wants to drive.
Oh, boy.
He's out in his robe.
My hockey team is dead and my childhood hero killed it. That is from Martin.
The irony is palpable.
And Matthews for Larkin, straight up. Who says no?
Both teams. I don't think Larkin wants to go lose more and lose currency playing with the monopoly money they're using over there. And the Leafs, you could have 3 Dylan Larkins. They wouldn't say yes. Maybe 2.
Yeah.
2 in cash considerations.
You can hope. You can hope. You can hope.
Hope is not a strategy.
Work for the Rams.
Noted. We'll get with the people. What time are we getting Will in here?
Will's coming up next.
All right, we'll get to the calls too. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing, per multiple reports. Yes, per multiple reports, Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin has requested a trade. He's currently locked up for the 2031 season after just completing year 3 of an 8-year deal he inked. Elliot Friedman broke the news and said that GM Steve Yzerman, quote, will not be bullied into any scenario he dislikes. No matter how much pressure is applied, it's hard to believe, though, that someone won't step up to make it worth his while, end quote. The Stanley Cup Finals roll on tonight. Vegas has a 1-0 lead. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop there. According to Mark Stein, the Dallas Mavericks have reached out to Michigan basketball coach Dusty May about their head coaching position. He said it's unknown whether May will end up being a full-fledged candidate, but he thinks they may go with someone already in the pros. Lions coach Dan Campbell back at the podium this morning as OTAs continue. Kendrick Law, a receiver picked in the 5th round this year, is already done for the season after tearing his ACL. Campbell also offered an update on DJ Reed in the secondary. The Tigers have the night off before starting a series against the Seattle Mariners tomorrow. Earlier, Buster Olney said Detroit is telling teams that they're not looking to sell at this time. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. It's been a newsy day between the Kirby Joseph update and then Dylan Larkin demanding a trade. So what I wanted to do was this. I wanted to add a new perspective. And bar none, fabulous hockey guy, tremendous writer, and a guy we just both generally like. And the hell with it. He works for the station. We wanted to have him on. Will Birchfield is joining us, the kid. Birchie, thank you for making a few minutes, buddy. What's going on?
Oh, what's going on with you guys? And what a day in Detroit, huh?
I love it. My spite meter is off the charts. But here's what I want to do. I want to step back. I've said a zillion things. Just take me through your initial reaction and then where you think it's headed.
And Will, and also, when did you think this all started to take place?
So initial reaction was that the Wings are holding open tryouts for a number 1 center tomorrow at Belfour Center in Little Caesars Arena. And, from asking around a little bit today, it sounds like this word began circulating at the Combine this week in Buffalo. And look, this is not a rash request on Dylan Larkin's part. This is not a conclusion that you reach emotionally. This has to be an informed decision. And it's informed most likely, in my opinion, by conversations with Steve, with the man who will chart the path for the Red Wings over the next several seasons. And I would imagine that Dylan Larkin, after wasting most of his career here, went to Yzerman and just wanted to know if the Wings have plans this offseason, this summer, to make serious, aggressive upgrades to the roster in the name of winning and winning for real while Larkin is still in his prime. And I would also imagine, again, just speculating here, that Steve told him, basically, I can't make that promise. I can't make that guarantee. And at that point, I would imagine that Larkin decided his future was best served by playing for a different team in probably the final 3 years of his prime. That's the piece that I think gets overlooked here a bit. Yes, Larkin had a career high in goals last year. It's also true that he is entering year 12, that he didn't play well from an offensive standpoint at 5-on-5 last year, and that he has reached his ceiling in the NHL. And his best chance to win probably involves playing for a team with much better players around him.
All right, let me ask it this way then, because you know everything for me. I mean, Birchie, when I see you in the office, we always end up at the same place. I don't understand how Yzerman still has a job. But when you make the comment you made, you're saying this thing's an abject failure, and it's not getting exponentially better anytime soon. So now if Larkin gets traded, Birchie, are we doing the old rebuild of the rebuild you and I always joke about?
They can't do that. They simply can't. That to me, and maybe even to Chris Ilitch, would be unacceptable, i.e. fireable. Like, this has to be a hockey trade where the Red Wings trade a roster player for a roster player or roster players of similar stature and impact. There's just no world in which they can reboot the rebuild. And I'll get back to this thought in a second. But I also think, guys, like, Larkin felt something the past 2 years that he hasn't felt in Detroit in a long, long time. He got the taste of winning back, first at the Four Nations and then at the Olympics. And Mike, you know this, that is an addictive taste. Like you get that on your tongue, on your lips, and you want more of it. And when you lose it, you start scratching for it. And not only did he get the taste of winning back, but he was playing well and garnering praise on an international stage. He was being celebrated in a way that he hasn't been celebrated here ever. And I think even more than that, Larkin may have realized his sweet spot in the NHL. He can be an awesome number 2 center on a really good team. And there's obviously no recreating the Olympic team in the NHL, but there are places where he could slide into a similar role and really benefit. And the Wings just aren't one of them if Steve isn't willing to pay the cost of importing a number 1 or, number 1.5 center to play with him. So look, teams that come to mind or that came to mind to me initially as potential destinations for Larkin and destinations that he would prefer, which is the most important piece here because he has a no trade clause through 2027 and can essentially pick his destination. Minnesota came to mind first.
Yes.
The
spite for Quinn Hughes.
Hughes and Matt Boldy. But Mike, there are no surefire NHLers in that system after they rated it for the Hughes trade. And there's no one on that roster, in my opinion, whose value matches Larkin that Minnesota would want to part with. So then I thought, okay, maybe Florida, maybe Tampa Bay, but again, similar dilemmas on the trade front, shallow prospect pools, and no real roster players that would make sense for both teams in a deal. These two teams, I think, are maybe the most realistic. I can't imagine Dylan going west, but I can imagine him possibly going to Dallas. And maybe it's as simple as Dylan Larkin to Dallas and Jason Robertson to Detroit. And he's coming off a 45-goal, 96-point season. Yes, he's an RFA who will need a new contract. And yes, you would still have a massive hole at center. So then maybe you circle back to the Blues on Robert Thomas or look elsewhere in the trade market for a center. But I think that one makes sense. Larkin could play with Wyatt Johnston, probably as the number 2, Larkin the number 2, Johnston the number 1, and pursue a cup next season and for several seasons more in Dallas. The other one, and I think this one is actually the juiciest, most fascinating, New Jersey. And maybe it's as simple as Larkin to New Jersey and Nico Hischier to Detroit, who is a younger center coming off a very strong season with more upside at this point in his career. Larkin's the more established player, and he would get a chance to team up with his buddy Jack Hughes and Jack Hughes' brother Luke Hughes. And I'll say this, guys, it is not hard. It is not hard to imagine just a few months ago, Jack Hughes, Quinn Hughes, and Dylan Larkin sitting down together at the Olympics, maybe over a meal, maybe over beers after they won the gold medal, and talking about this, like orchestrating and beginning to manifest a scenario where those 3 guys play together in New Jersey after Hughes' contract ends next season in Minnesota.
Talking to our very own Will Birchfield, and Will, you're a great reporter because you answered my question before I even asked the question. So I will follow it up with, how soon do you think this happens?
Probably by the draft. That tends to be when most of the major trades in an NHL offseason get done. That's obviously when the GMs are most in contact with each other. And, I don't think the Wings are going to be hunting draft picks here, so it really doesn't matter for that reason. But just the fact that that's when rosters come into focus. And look, heading into free agency, the Wings will want this matter solved one way or another, just so they know what they need entering next season.
Well, I guess the last thing I'll leave you with is this. I just want your perspective on it. I mean, this is Larkin fired a massive shot across the bow at Steve. There's no other way to take it. So my question is, I mean, how much trouble is Yzerman in? I understand. You know my opinion. I always joke with you. He's got a lifetime deal. He's basically Don Corleone. But I'm being serious. When your captain, hometown kid, only team you ever wanted to play for, the captain, the guy you inherited, says, that's it, I've had enough, I'm out. I mean, Birchie, how much trouble should Yzerman be in?
Look, I think it's pretty damning of Yzerman's plan going forward, because it was just a couple of months ago, I guess a month ago, really, when the season ended, and Larkin expressed his desire and commitment to stay with the Red Wings, to win here. He said that was the goal of his career was to stay here and win. And obviously he's had conversations with Steve since that, in Dylan's mind, have painted that as an impossibility. And, again, that says to me that Steve is probably more likely to be conservative than aggressive this offseason. Again, I'm just reading tea leaves here, and I think he can make the most of a bad situation if he can land a player like Heischer or Robertson and then turn around and trade for Robert Thomas. But yeah, the reality is that Steve probably couldn't make Dylan any guarantees, and Dylan said, well, then I'm going to go try and win somewhere else.
Think about the hubris of Yzerman entering year 8. I mean, the audacity to be like, no, we're going to stay the course and be conservative. Well, my head's going to explode.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Dylan's did too.
But you understand the point that, like, if that's how it went down, and I have no reason to believe that you're inaccurate, because look, it's sensible. Birchie, I mean, has Yzerman lost touch with reality here?
I don't know if I would go that far. I do think that Steve believed that he could follow his own path, the path of draft, development, re-sign, and eventually win here. And, this is the first sign of a player within the sphere, within Steve's sphere, basically telling him that's not possible. And so maybe that will be a come to Jesus moment. Maybe that will be a look in the mirror moment for Steve to realize that he might have to consider charting a different path.
Do you want to report that Mo Siders requested a trade as well?
Sider, Edvinson, and Costa before even getting here.
Let's do it all. Birchie, I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for a few minutes, pal.
Thanks, Will. Good, guys. Yeah.
I'll see you at the office. All right, pal. All right, that's Will Birchfield. You can read him at 971theticket.com and see him on Fox 2 basically every day of the week. Can you imagine if that's how the conversation went down?
Sitting over a beer with the Hughes brothers?
No.
Oh.
I want to win and I want to win now. And Yzerman's response, no and no. I'm sorry. You've lost.
We have a plan here, and it's going to work
Sure,
out.
the plan sucks. Hey, it's Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They got a brand new warehouse, absolutely phenomenal. More inventory, everything in stock as always, and they have a full window program. Go out, check it out. If you're a contractor, you're not doing right by your business if you don't. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, a lot of news happened today between the reports from Elliot Freeman that Larkin wants to be traded to Dan Campbell coming up to the podium and making it sound like they don't know when Kirby Joseph will be available. Oh, and by the way, Tigers won 3 in a row.
To the people.
To
Shall
the
we?
people.
Ron has been extremely patient. He's up next, 97.1. Ronnie, what's the good word?
Gentlemen, how we doing? First-time caller.
Welcome.
Long-time listener. Listen, I need to get this off my chest. This is coming from a Leafs fan across the river in Windsor.
You don't want him.
And, well, trust me, I don't want him. But listen, I've done nothing in my 25 years of life but watch this team lose, make bad trades, and be an embarrassment in this league. However, that being said, Dylan Larkin riding on coattails and being on a third or fourth line on a U.S. gold medal winning team, coming back to Detroit, doing absolutely nothing while his team blows one of the biggest playoff leads in National League history, and then requesting a trade is by far one of the most cowardly plays I've ever seen in my life of watching this sport. And you know what? You're hearing it from a Leafs fan because we're so good at running guys out of town. I love how you guys are laughing about it, though, because you don't have the angst like we do. But I'll say this. This is worse than Tavares leaving Long Island because he wanted to play at home and didn't want to play in a crumbling rink. I'm not going to talk about Marner because I'd love to be allowed to call into the show again. But this is an absolute disgrace.
No. Ron, I kind of want to hear what you got to say about Marner.
No, I don't want to get into that. I can't get into that.
All right, but Ron, let me say this. I want you to understand something. I am laughing out of pure maniacal spite. I have all the angst. What I can't stand is this Teflon nonsense of Yzerman. And I
agree.
Guys don't want to play for this guy. Teams don't want to trade with this guy. So why is this guy protected?
Dude, I don't even know what to say. But as a Leafs fan, I laugh because I've got friends named Josh, Steven, and Alex who they watch every year and they believe in Larkin and the Yzer plan. Yeah. And as a Leafs fan, watching this team play in the gauntlet Atlantic Division, where no other division sniffs this division, and if it worked for the Habs, another Atlantic team would be in the Cup final right now. But as a Leafs fan, I'm happy if Yzerman stays because as long as he's there, they're not going to win. Because you're right, he doesn't make trades. He's too stubborn. And you know what? Freedsy's right. Larkin's going to fetch an unbelievable return, but they're never going to get it because he is too stubborn. And at the end of the day, it's crazy to say this, but Dylan Larkin might just have costed Steve Yzerman's job on and off the ice. That guy went to his house to sign his contract. You're right, Steve Yzerman hasn't done what he needs to do, but Dylan Larkin requesting a trade from his hometown team after he came back riding the coattails of the Kachucks and Matthews at the Olympics and doing nothing that last stretch while they blew that lead. I'm sorry, it's absolutely pathetic.
No, and Ron, I'm not disagreeing. I just want to be clear. At the cost of my own sanity, I said I wanted Larkin gone. Mm-hmm. So this works for me. Now, how we got here, not totally ideal, but guess what? You weren't going to be able to move off of him unless he requested the trade. So that is why I'm happy. Now, you're right. The whole cowardice thing and different things, understand something. You have to have a team that's remotely relevant to play that card. And I can't even muster those emotions. There's not a player on this team, frankly, that even rises to that level. Because you have to have done something, have status. Dylan Larkin has not brought you to the playoffs. Mo Seider, none of these guys on this team. So when you do that, that's like, oh my God, I can't believe Sergei. He was Sergei Fedorov.
Right.
It's different. I'm sorry, but none of these guys rise to it. The other part of this.
No, that's very sobering when you put it that way. Like, yeah, you really, what have you done?
Here's the other thing. And I just, when Will brought it up, and we didn't have enough time, which is part of the reason interviews should be podcast only. We don't have time to just do what we want to do. Like this Jason Robertson thing. I love how the only players people come up with are those that are from the state of Michigan. Here's an idea. Just because you're from here doesn't mean you want to come back here. Robertson's going to be a free agent. Do you think he doesn't know who Steve Yzerman is? The guy was born in like the year 2000.
Here's the thing, though, Michael. The reason why you have to go this route is because this isn't 20 years ago when everybody wanted to come here.
Nobody wants beer.
So you need to pull on some strings and say, hey, come on home. Mama needs you to come back home. And don't you want to be closer to your family?
Right.
You need to go after those types of players. And that's why every player that you name has some ties to the state of Michigan, because anybody else will be like, no, why do I want to go play for Detroit?
If I'm Robertson and I got traded here, I'd quit. I'd go fishing for a year. Honestly, guy had a 45-goal year in Dallas in a state with no state tax. I got traded home to play for who?
But here's the sad news. You actually had somebody who wanted to go down that route and say, you know what? I have family in the state.
No, the saddest news is you could have drafted Wyatt Johnson. Instead, you drafted Kosa.
You know what? What do I know? I'm not even supposed to be here.
There's a very delicate bell ring.
I was supposed to be home right
That's
now.
because you made the best point of the year on 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. So this is going back earlier a little bit what you were saying, what you thought with the Wild, and that's just kind of all going back to the Hughes connection. That's exactly what I was thinking of as soon as I heard it. And it just frustrates me more with Yzerman. The way I can see it going down is this has been going on way since the Olympic break between the Hughes and Larkin, talking just like what Birchie suspected. But what I think is going to happen is I think Larkin's going to go to the Wild, and then the return that we're going to get back is we're going to get like a 27 first, and then you're going to see Wallstedt come back, the goalie that we should have drafted instead of Kosa.
Oh, dear God. All right, hold on. Let's workshop this just for fun, Kyle. Can you imagine? We've had to sit here and hear about Kosa and Augustine, and then what's this other guy, Parklov or whatever the hell his name is? I don't know if he's Czech or what he is. And the trade return you're selling me is another goalie.
That's what I have a feeling we're going to see. Is we're going to have seen that circle back, and it's going to drive me absolutely insane. I'm going to be throwing a chair.
But Kyle, you understand why I said what I said to Birchie and why I've said this to the audience. It is insanity to me. Because if you make a trade, you are it's going to take a master stroke for Yzerman to make this work to where you have a chance to get better. But it's probably going to take 3 moves. This is a guy who's refused to make a move. I don't have any faith in it.
Neither do I.
That's, wow. I tell you, if they trade for a goalie, I take the day off. I'm done.
You can't be done.
I have to be done.
You can't be done.
Fine.
I'm not coming back anymore. Somebody's got to
because okay, it was a compliment that went awry.
There's no point in me ever coming back.
It was a
It really wasn't.
It was. I said you'll never make a better point. I can't help that you reach the mountaintop.
It was a great point, Rico. Wonderful point. Maybe the greatest point ever.
It was. You directed The Godfather. There's nowhere to go from there. What do you want to hang around, go broke, and make Megapolis?
No, I can.
What are you supposed to do?
I can make The Godfather 2.
Okay, all right. I see what you did there. I was thinking more along the lines of Godfather 3.
You didn't say that.
Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, how you doing?
Hi. I'm a lifelong Red Wings fan from the time I've been 5 years old. I'm 62 years old now. I've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. You know what? As much as, well, 2 things. One is Larkin should be traded. It would be a break for him. I think it could possibly be a break for the team, too. They need a chemistry change. They can't come back with this same roster next year.
I agree.
There's just no way. There's just no way. They have to do something. It would be in both the Red Wings' best interest and Larkin if they make a move. That's what, you know what. And the other thing is, honestly, I know I loved Yzerman, the player. As a general manager, he has to go. This is very painful for me to say, but it's just the truth. They got to get rid of the scouting staff, too. They got to blow the whole thing up. What they need is a modern-day Jimmy Devellano, an assistant GM from a contending team. When Illich bought the Red Wings, he hired Devellano. He was with the Islanders at the time. He was the assistant general manager, and they made him the GM. It still took time for them to build up the team, but that's what they have to do. They have to get a good GM and an assistant GM that's ready for a promotion from a contending team. It doesn't have to be a household name.
No, you just have to get it right. But I mean, we've talked about this for years now. Iserman's pro player personnel and professional, NHL level scouting, it's been horrific. And for all the drafting, I again, are we sure? Mo Sider, nailed it. Cool. All right. Are we sure about Marco Casper? You sure about that? I'm sorry, but there's no scout in the league who thinks Nate Danielson has any goal scoring upside. Okay, and? Well, ASP and Edvinson. Okay, but who do you visualize becoming a star? Okay, Lucas Raymond right now. If you told me they traded Lucas Raymond, I'd be fine with it. Mm-hmm. That's not how I should feel about a potential superstar.
Right.
So, again, you're losing cabin pressure on the one thing that you were holding out hope for was Iserman's drafting. Go look. I don't think you have to be watching minor league hockey games. Go read credible scouting sites. Go read articles by people whose life is the NHL. No one believes the Wings have this bevy of 40 goal scorers on the farm. And great, you have 3 goalie prospects that are high level. I'm ready to weaponize 2 of them.
Right.
Because I need to win now. So if Larkin went in saying I need to win now, Iserman's answer, whether he likes the guy or not, or believes he's the best player or not, needed to be yes. Because the odds of getting better, shipping him out with a no trade where he gets to dictate, that's where you earn your rep as Steve Yzerman back. Because you got to be able to pull a great deal. Or because you know what you can't do, and the other team knows it? You can't take prospects and picks.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like this player. No. Well, I'd like that player. And no and no. I know you like that answer, Steve. No and no. That's the problem.
No, you're right.
You hate to see it.
This is where he can become Stevie Y again.
Or Stevie Bye. See ya.
I like that.
I'm done. I don't care. And you know what? It's been a long time since we had a good firing. Who's in the mood? That's where I'm at.
Man, shake up at the Coney Island. All the news stations will be live.
Good. Put a candle outside the front door. Little framed 8x10.
All right.
Pour out the Coney sauce right over the top.
Okay.
All right.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi?
Bye.
And the price didn't change. For 5 years. Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that will find and fix problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile for free, lock in your price, and unlock the possibilities during this Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We're going to get straight to the people. David, just a couple of texts if you don't mind.
Someone says, oh, just great. Another goalie. Yeah, we need Hasek so bad. Another person says, does Larkin's news mean the Wings win the which team makes a move first bet?
I mean, by default, sure, but it would be one they were forced into. Now, if you wanted to try to run cover for Steve, say that he had Larkin over, he said, I'm taking the C, and then you're like, and Larkin's like, well, then I'm leaving. You could do whatever flow chart you want, but no, because Larkin with a full no trade, not wanting to be here, is the most powerful card of all. This is his childhood team. He's in year 12. And I think Birchie's point that he made at the top of the hour is really interesting. He got a taste of winning in the Olympics or the Four Nations. We know it's fake. We know he was in a radio flyer being carried by other people. But, oh, wow, he was good. Yeah, playing with the best players on the planet. Mm-hmm. But then he comes back here and he's like, I want to get out of this hellhole.
As you like to say, he wasn't a first-line center in the Olympics.
Which is why I just have always made this point. I'm like, look, to me, we were just talking to Rieger about it. This is specifically an Yzerman thing. I don't care what you think Larkin looks like in all of this. The Yzer plan has resulted in your team captain and childhood dream team guy wanting out. Mm-hmm. Nice. I mean, jeez. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, Mike? Long-time listener. How y'all doing?
Good, Anthony. What's on your mind, brother?
I'm wondering what makes anyone think Steve is actually going to accept this and trade Larkin. I mean, he could easily just say no. Sure. He just signed him to a long-term deal, and we know how stubborn he is. He could just go in there and say, hey, you want out? Too bad. It's not going to happen.
Oh, he could.
Stick with my plan that isn't working and all these Yzer bots seem to love.
All right, but here's your problem. Now, you're not wrong because Yzerman's just the stubborn type of guy to do that. But, Anthony, if you do that, you are going to go into an offseason with a team captain publicly wanting out, you saying no. How would you ever sign a free agent?
What free agents are we signing?
Okay, Anthony, listen, I know you're going to be right on this, but you got to work with me a little bit. Like, Anthony, you know what I'm saying. You will have
that scenario sounds exactly what Yzerman.
Yeah, no, you know what? Anthony wins. You alienate your captain, therefore you don't have to bother with free agency. Right. Okay, you win.
I'll tell you, if he is able to trade him, maybe it could be like a Stafford situation. Now, I don't think Larkin's anywhere near as good as Stafford was here. At least Stafford got us to the playoffs a few times. We probably should have won that Cowboys game, but that's neither here nor there. But, we traded Stafford, long-term bet, and the team's better because of it. Maybe this is maybe that can happen with this team too.
Yeah, look, Anthony, that would be, I brought it up earlier, is sometimes, and this is Rico's, we're going to have a statue of this. It's actually going to be available in the lobby for purchase. When Rico made the comment, maybe this could be your Jared Goff thing. A happy accident. Your star demand's out. You get something back you're not pumped about, but it forces a pivot. My hope would be it would have to be the Larkin trade plus.
Right.
It would have to be the weaponizing of one of your elite goalie prospects and another trade or free agent signing. If it forces that, it could be a positive day.
Right. Or, David, let me do my Godfather too.
Oh, this is good.
It's Grant Hill saying, I went out of town, and the haul you got back ended up being the foundation.
You had no idea what you were getting, but yes, you're exactly right.
No, because remember, they wanted John Amici, and the Magic are like, nah, take the dude with the afro. Right. Oops, that's Ben Wallace. So, not as good of a point, but solid.
Well, I should just quit.
Siskel and Ebert, tepid.
I'm done.
We'll go to Jared.
Things and stuff.
Jared, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you boys doing?
Good.
So, I just off the bat, I didn't get your guys' initial reaction on it. However, I think this can end up one of two ways. I guess we'll just go with the bad one is I feel like this can really turn into an Artemi Panarin situation to where he had an NMC and he got to choose where he wanted to go, which the Rangers got basically a C plus prospect and a late third for him. That's my worry with everything. I don't know kind of how you guys feel about that.
I'm always worried when a player has the leverage and you have a limited marketplace. Now, if Larkin comes to the table and goes, look, here's 4 locations, that could be better. But if you believe he's got one place in mind, I don't ever think you'll get the best deal. No.
Exactly. And even with that, like, I'm at the point where I've been kind of giving Yzerman passes here and there, but I'm done. I don't even trust them I don't trust them to go into this offseason to make this team better. And I don't trust them to capitalize on a Larkin trade if he's to do one.
Well, and you have every right to be a doubter. Being a doubter doesn't make you a hater. I think Steve Yzerman is at a point where even a guy like you, who's a loyalist, has now said, you know what, you got to show me in order for me to believe. Mm-hmm. And that's okay, Jared. That doesn't mean you're rooting against your team or you're a bad guy. It's just, what has he done to make you believe this is going to result in a Stanley Cup? We can't even make the playoffs.
Exactly. And it's the whole nostalgia factor. But honestly, I'm ready to kick the can on all of that and just bring in a new regime at this point.
Well, that's
even
right.
Even with the Falk trade, so you give up, which I did not love that trade to begin with. Now, this could have a whole domino effect to where you lose Larkin and, DeBrincat's do a deal. So what's he going to want to do? And now you're stuck with a 34-year-old Falk, and you don't have your first. You don't have the kid from Russia who's supposed to be really good. It's just it's going to be a domino effect. And
I'll say this, and Jared, I don't want you to think I'm not being sarcastic in any way, shape, or form. We're talking through it. If I'm DeBrincat, I would never sign here, ever.
I wouldn't either.
But I understand he's local and it's his hometown.
See,
and
but it's the discount that you have
certain guys that plays. Remember, he wanted to be here. Right. We don't have a single report that Jason Robertson wants to come home. There's a difference.
And just because you're from Michigan doesn't mean you want to come back.
No, certain guys, to Rico's point, yes, DeBrincat was one. And by the way, Jared, that's the only major player Yzerman's really acquired. And you were the only team he wanted to go to.
Exactly. And that's why we're almost better off rebuilding the rebuild. Basing the team around Raymond and Sider at this point.
Oh, boy.
Honestly.
Oh, Jared, don't say that.
I know.
Oh, God, it'll be year 13. No, but Jared's not wrong. That's the thing. Yeah. He's not wrong to feel that way. My whole point is, like, we've got to get out of this thing where fans are, like, judging other fans. The result is what all fans focus on. You haven't made the playoffs. You have the longest drought in the league. In that scenario, I'd like to think fans are allowed to feel as negative as they want to feel.
No, it is. And we didn't get a chance to get to it today, Mike, but it's something we talked about pre-show where a lot of times as fans, we ask the wrong question.
Oh, always. Because you get into straw man stuff. Mm-hmm. And you see it in politics all the time. Yeah. Whatever party's in power, they blame the last party. And then the next party's in and go, well, what about this? And you're like, what does that have to do with anything?
Or they bring up just irrelevant stuff like, what are you talking about?
Like Saban had this great point about college football. Oh, yeah, well he paid players. Oh, that's not the conversation. Yeah. We could do it tomorrow, but I'll tell you.
Well, I mean, this all of a sudden broke when we were going to do it.
It's tremendous. Yeah. We're going to get more to people in. David,
you want Blue Chew?
Is Wojo coming in?
I don't know. I might replace Wojo because I have been arguing with Jeff Rieger the entire segment.
What about boner pills?
Sure.
Oh. David, you can't be dissolving and evolving mid-show.
Oh, you're right about that.
All right.
Well, if he times it out right.
IRS collectioner audit Abraham and Rose. I'm sure Maurice and Jerry are thrilled to go from that segue. Listen, when you're facing an IRS collectioner audit, you got to rely on experience. 30 years of it. Maurice and Jerry, their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income tax or payroll issues. It's abrahamandrose.com. That's abrahamandrose.com. Call 248-539-5040, and you're never going to deal with the IRS again. All right, we're going to get to the people. Rieger says that Wojo's showing up tonight. You know
He
what?
is here. He is in the building.
David, I'd like to put a challenge out there. Do you guys want to put lunch on this? I'll bet you lunch tomorrow. On, by the way, an elite day of racing at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. I will bet you he blames Larkin and capes up for Wojo. Or capes up for Yzerman. There's no way Wojo criticizes Yzerman. Not even lightly. Are you willing to take this bet? I will buy you both lunch if I'm wrong.
That he takes Yzerman's side.
Oh, yeah. I know he's going to. Bob is incapable.
He put Steve in a difficult spot. And what's Steve supposed to do now? I can see it.
You could pass. It doesn't make you less of a
No. I could actually see this happening.
Okay, so you're out. Okay.
I've already made one ridiculous bet, so I can't go to it.
Oh, yeah, you're dead on the other one. Okay, we'll leave it alone. Dead giveaway. Yeah. All right.
I should have just went home.
Sit tight for a second. David, couple of texts, and I know they're going to come charging in here, and I want all the callers to get full time, and they will go right to they'll get to the people. I don't want to screw any caller over, and then they roll in and it's 30 seconds. Go ahead, David.
Larkin's request tells me that Yzerman is continuing to slow burn this rebuild. Yzerman killed Larkin's desire. 12 months from now, Larkin will be hoisting the Stanley Cup somewhere else. That is from Steve.
Would that be the moment he loses his job?
I don't see any way he does.
Neither do I.
Only if the Coney closes down.
Tim in Chesterfield texts in and says, sad thing is, I think Larkin is the one guy for 2 years that had the balls to tell Yzerman, that tell you that Yzerman wasn't doing his job. He asked for help that never came. Now you want to trade him because he didn't take us to the playoffs?
All right, I can agree with that. Only if you agree with the following. He's also a reason they haven't broken through. They
Very
have
true.
desperately needed him down a couple of these stretches, and he just hasn't been good enough.
He's not innocent in this at all. Yzerman has to get a number one center if they still want to compete. If they don't, you have to blow it up and restart this thing.
Yeah, good luck. Your best hope is you got to take someone who's not a number one, they blossom into a number one, and you add. Like, I still come back to this. Whether Larkin is here or not, this was an all-in summer. This is reaching parity. Seriously.
Yeah.
And that's where I got to see it to believe it. I got to see it to believe it. Where Yzerman does the unthinkable and trades one of his elite goaltenders or
maybe
liquidates the farm system.
Here's the thing. Maybe we all think that he's got a lifetime job and an unlimited runway. Maybe Stevie, do something.
No.
Right here, right now. And out of desperation,
you're crazy.
He knocks it out the park.
Oh, look. No, hold on. He's totally capable of making a couple of trades that could reshape the franchise. I think he's crazy if you think the man upstairs is making any demand. No. Feel free to buy another Centennial patch.
Larkin didn't produce. The captain needs to put the team on his shoulders the way Yzerman did when he wore the C. Larkin has never produced 30 goals a year, and it doesn't cut it.
But that's not true.
Agreed.
He just hasn't cut the mustard down the stretch. Look, I don't care. I love it because it's chaos and it forces trades and things and fun. And frankly, out of pure Latte Larry Mocha Joe spite, I'm glad. I'm glad Yzerman's ass in the jackpot. I don't care. Right, wrong, I don't care.
And then one more here says, David's black chew clears Rieger's blue chew every day and twice on weekends.
Whoa. Rieger's gonna have a new line of reads.
Okay.
Whoa, what happened?
Here's how Rieger's new commercial opens up.
Wait, what happened? I missed this whole thing.
David received a text saying, was he endorsing your new line of
Dissolve and Evolve?
Well, no, and it was geared for more of David's audience.
Oh. What is David's? The religious?
Pastors.
Well, he called it Black Chew.
Oh.
He said it outdid Blue Chew.
Wait a second. Are you saying Black Chew is different?
What? But you don't really need that, do you?
Okay, can we please? Why?
You guys brought it up.
But he goes to places.
There's a sizable difference.
What? Oh my God! I've had enough. I'm walking out now. Oh my God!
Wait. So you're saying I can't even say what you're saying.
Just stop and talk Larkin
He's just-
now.
Oh,
He's
okay.
just saying a different pill sign.
There's a
That's it.
sizable difference between Steve and Dylan.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
What are the prevailing opinion of your listeners or texters? Are they angry, happy,
All right.
shocked?
I'm going to ask Rico first. Before
Okay.
we- would you say 80-20 they hate Yzerman?
Yes.
Okay.
I figured that
I
to
would
be the
say
case.
I would even go 90-10.
I was trying to be fair.
Yeah.
I was trying to be fair.
I mean, it's not like Dylan's not to blame in this either, though.
No, there's never, it's never one way
No,
or the
and I
other.
understand.
Rarely. Both are to blame. I think people are just at a point where it's like, you know what? I don't even care who's right or wrong. It's going to force Yzerman to jump in the water and do something.
The problem is it's going to be so much worse before it even gets better.
Well, that's why I want him gone.
Oh,
but
no,
I
and I
mean,
understand
whatever.
that. But don't you think this could be the beginning of the end? I mean, this is such a cluster F that you have to trade your captain, the local guy, that at some point the Illiches are going to be like, Steve, we got to go.
Yeah, but I have bad news for you. As long as people are filling up that barn, doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think Rieger's leaping like 9 steps ahead.
Ooh,
Maybe 12
patronizing
steps ahead.
Wojo's made an appearance.
Shocker.
What a shock.
I
When he actually shows up. Who shows up more, patronizing Wojo or Wojo?
Patronizing Wojo. Wow. I actually think ultimately Larkin did Yzerman a favor. He did.
Nope. We're good.
I knew it was going to be difficult. This has been coming for 4 years. We all saw.
Yeah,
when
did
they
you guys
were
see the Emily Kaplan report?
Pissy with each other after the end of one season when he disputed
Contract negotiations. And
Time
everything.
out. Listen.
Yeah.
As Rieger says, dissolve and evolve.
Oh,
these guys are coming up next. Here's Rico. We got to run. We're in the network.
All right. If you're locked in for MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook